Good afternoon. I'd like to call this meeting to order. I'd like to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible. I'd like to get a motion for an approval of the flexible agenda. Second.
So moved. So moved. A second, you got everything? Yeah.
Thank you. I'd like to take a vote. All in favor? Is there any public comment on the flexible agenda? Thank you. Let's take a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes.
Hey, John.
The motion passes 7-0.
You just sound funny. Is it just me or you?
A little bit, it's kind of.
It's just, I thought Jansen's mic sounds funny. Her mic sounds horrible. Is it just you? I don't know, maybe talking to this real quick.
Okay. I'd like to call for consent items, approval of consent items. I'd like to call for approval of the consent items.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent items as presented.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The motion passes 7-0.
Might want to see if there's any public comment on it.
Is there any public comment on the consent items? Thank you. Okay, let's revote. All in favor? Aye. The motion passes 7-0.
Check.
I'd like to call Jeannie Dwyer and Cheryl Mayfield for introduction and special recognition.
Hello. We have a lot of people involved in this special recognition, so I'm going to ask them to stand up because I want them to help me with this. So. Stand up, and all of you stand up too. Look at them, look, they're looking at me like I'm. All right, so some of you may know, some of you may not, that we have our program called the PAC program, Partners Across Our Community. And so this program is really for our students after they complete traditional high school. So when they turn 18 until they age out around 22. And the purpose of this program is to give our adults with disabilities experiences in our community and just all kinds of experiences, job experience, learning skills, and also recreation and leisure experiences, right? And so Steve with Pulse Fitness has been one of our most amazing community partners. He works with our students on just how things to do around the gym, like wiping down the equipment and organizing things. And then he also has given every single one of our PAC employees a membership. And he works with them on fitness and nutrition and how to be healthy and how to, maybe use the equipment and work out, and allows them to come in. So we're really, really thankful for Steve at Pulse Fitness and the work he does with us. So we would like to present a plaque to him, our very first plaque ever for our Partners Across the Community program. So we hope to bring a new partner to every meeting and start this way. So,
Could
Thank
I
you.
ask that each one of them introduce themselves?
oh,
I'd like to know I do know whoever, but I'd like everyone to know who they are.
Hello, everybody. My name is Steve Kiley and I'm the operations manager at Pulse Fitness. 2 years ago, we started the Al Del Vecchio Development Task Force, where we take these young men and women and we teach them both fitness and job skills. And we try to roll that into something that we do every week. And we do all types of different job skills, inventory, cleaning, outside maintenance, inside maintenance. But we've also started working on conversing with our patrons at Pulse Fitness and talking to them and helping them out. And then in our fitness aspect, we work on stretching and different type of weight exercises along with cardio. And the idea is that when they're finished with this program, that they're able to use the membership that they're given to bring themselves to the gym, check themselves in, and that this will be a place that they can be a part of our community in a different way. So we're really excited to have them.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Neil Lewis. I am the PAC program. This is Miss Mitchell and Miss Reyes and Miss Ablita. I'm Nancy.
Thank you, Neil. I'm Sherry Mitchell, and I am the transition coordinator for the Douglas County School District. And I just want to take this opportunity to really thank the district for having the shared vision of helping to develop this program and giving our young adults with disabilities a place in our community.
Hi, my name is Dave. I'm Pat. Board meeting at Steve.
right.
Good job.
Hi, I'm Teresa Freitas. I'm the supervisor of the PAC program. Good evening. I'm Alita Sack, and I am the assistant supervisor with the PAC program.
Hi, I'm Nancy Brazo, and I'm another assistant supervisor of the PAC program.
Hey, Jeannie, I just wanted to say that if you've not been over to see the PAC program, I'm telling you, it is a feel-good experience. What they accomplish and what these young people do, it will just blow you away. It's amazing. Thank you for all your hard work, all of you.
I would like to add that we actually have started our first employment. We have a student who is working at Carson Valley Middle School, shadowing one of our custodians and working with him and doing job training. And it's very, very successful. So.
Good job.
Thank you all. That was amazing. Next item, the NASB report by Catherine Dickerson, trustee Catherine Dickerson.
All right, hi.
I thought it was on. Went the NASB, the Nevada Association of School Boards, went to DC, and I'm to understand that there were more rural districts that showed up in DC than ever before. That was just a whole new thing. That was encouraging because rural districts need to be represented, you know. Rick Harris and other members met with staffers and shared their visions for NASB. Also, we will be at the legislature on the 10th of March, and we will be introducing kind of the fun side of it, some local foods, honey, grain, things that are made with things that are grown in Nevada to share with people at the legislature. So that'll be kind of a fun thing. It was my first meeting, so that's what I have.
Thank you.
We're at board reports, and I would like to start with trustee Kangas.
I attended a couple of art shows. It was the Night of Artistry at Powaloo and a big crowd there and very great artistry and art show at Jacks Valley. And I'm partial there because that's where my granddaughter goes to school. And unfortunately, we had a few expulsion hearings this last month. That's all I have.
Trustee Engelkirk.
Yeah, I have 4 expulsion hearings on one day, so that was a big gas on it.
Trustee Gilkerson.
I also, I'm sorry. I also attended some expulsion hearings, but I also attended, we had a Parks and Recreation meeting last week. And they're just going over their budgets and things like that as well. So not really a whole lot went on at that meeting.
Thank you, trustee Agnata.
I have nothing to report.
Thank you, trustee Dickerson. So expulsion hearings, one was very sad. Anyway, went to the Minden Elementary Art Show, also the Night of Art at the Powaloo. That was so neat. A little gal showed me how to make this box, Mariana, very patient with me. We took it apart many times before I got it right. She never rolled her eyes at me once, not once. And did some epic walks. Thank you. Trustee Dickerson, excuse me, trustee Burns.
I was kind of pleasantly surprised of debt management. To go to that meeting. It only happens a couple times a year, but I can say that we passed to be able to, in TRE, to put in some new wells down there. They're having a real difficult time with the quality of water, and so that's been approved. And we're hoping that that can get turned around down there. So debt managements are short, to get to the point, and that was their main point, is to take care of that business. So. Oh, expulsions. I didn't want to say, keep saying that. Expulsions, but I did.
For your time.
I sat in on a few of them. But the thing, we send them, we give them the opportunity to continue in alternate ed, putting them in a setting to where they can actually learn and not be distracted. So yesterday, I took the time and went out there and went through the school and alternate, and he had a little chat with the boys that's out there and encourage them. This is the time to turn their life around, get on track, and be successful. And I know the school system is behind success, even with the kids that we have a little difficulty with. And I think that's it.
And I'll go last. I think I had the most fun because I had a lot of school visits. I went on 3 instructional walks at CC Manili, Pinion Hills, and Carson Valley Middle. I did go to some expulsion hearings. Going back to the positive, I spent a day at Douglas High School, going to many classes. They were all wonderful, wonderful teachers, wonderful students, had a great time. I also went to the pep rally. It was hilarious. The teachers and administrators had to dance with the cheerleaders, and it was just adorable. The students really loved it. I got the privilege of going to a basketball game, and I also went to the art night at Powaloo, which was amazing. Any correspondence, Superintendent Lewis?
Actually, that's for you guys.
Okay. Does anyone have any correspondence?
I got correspondence regarding concern over math testing. There's concern about the lewd behavior towards students up at the Tahoe schools. And then there was a nice one from the teacher, Christine Ensign, about past students' achievements from their math class, just people that wrote in saying success stories, basically. So that was encouraging. So.
Can I ask a question, Trustee Engelkirk?
Yeah.
Can you expand more on the map testing? What was the correspondence that you received? I mean, what, were they complaining or? were
Yeah,
they-
they were concerned that it was a waste of time. So I'd have to look back at it. It was a couple weeks ago.
Okay, I was just curious. Okay, thank you.
Any other correspondence?
I think I just want to comment on maybe one thing. I just don't want to leave it hanging out there. Lewd behavior towards students and have people wonder what that is. Just for full disclosure, there was an arrest in the Lake Tahoe community with an individual that there is allegations of lewd behavior. We've worked closely with the sheriff's department. I want to be clear that there's no evidence that this individual targeted students either at bus stops or on school property. And so I think I just want to clarify that so that people understand we are working closely with the sheriff's department and making notifications as we feel in collaboration with Sheriff Coverly are appropriate. And so I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Superintendent. So we have lots of good news. And I'll start with Ms. Enson's students had great success at the Science Bowl in Las Vegas. They placed in the top half competing against private and magnet school students, and congratulations to them and their wonderful teacher. Also, Douglas High School student Paloma Moon's artwork will be on display at the Nevada Museum of Art through March 3rd. She also won 2 Silver Key Awards from the Nevada Museum of Art. And congratulations to her and other award-winning Douglas High School art students. They have a fantastic program. Superintendent Lewis?
Does any other board members have any good news they want? Okay. And I'm just going to briefly hit on it because my intent will be to invite them to our March meeting, but at the recent NCDC conference with Modern Teacher, Amanda Laka, social studies teacher at Carson Valley Middle School, was named the National Middle School Personalized Learning Classroom of the Year. So we'll ask her to come and we can recognize her in person. We also had 3 finalists for other awards. Kelly McHugh, kindergarten teacher at CC Manili for her elementary classroom. Carly Smith, also a teacher at Carson Valley Middle School. She's an English teacher, was a nominee for the award that Amanda won. And Chris Jezik, an EPIC instructional coach, was a finalist as the instructional coach of the year as well. So again, I'll ask them to be here in March, but I did want to, that's great news for the district. Trustee Byrne?
Yes, Mr. Lewis, can you share on Jacobson's graduation?
Oh, yeah. So we did attend a graduation at Jacobson High School. It was a student from Churchill County. And for those that don't know what Jacobson is, it's our high school for incarcerated youth, which serves most of northern Nevada. Not a lot of the students are actually Douglas County students. Tomorrow we will graduate another. I don't know the specifics behind this graduate as of right now, but those are always really cool events that all the things that they've gone through, the trouble that they have gotten into to end up out at China Springs to prioritize graduation. It takes kids different routes to get there, but it's always great. And then as part of that graduation ceremony, the individual always stands up and gives a talk to the fellow students out there and just their journey. And it's can be very tear-jerking at times, but it's a great event. So thank you for reminding me of that.
Can I make a comment on that?
You can.
Okay. It was really neat in that they were flexible and the mom brought in a cap and gown and let that young man wear a cap and gown and walk. And it was just so meaningful to him to be able to take his tassel and move it over, you know? So it's a beautiful thing. Any other good news?
I guess I will share that Douglas High School boys and girls have both made the northern region. Douglas plays at Demonte Ranch tonight, and then tomorrow night our Douglas girls will play Reed. We also sent, I believe, 8 wrestlers to the state wrestling meet out in Winnemucca last weekend as well. And so we've got lots going on in the district in the athletic side as well. So that's all I've got.
Awesome. Now it's time for superintendent's report.
Buzzing along. So we have lots of donations this month to report district-wide. The Sierra Nevada Realtors donated winterwear items from their recent coat drive to our elementary, middle, and high school students. I want to recognize the Dean Seaman Foundation, who donated $10,000 to use for 5 $2,000 scholarships for Aspire Academy High School. That's been an annual tradition that allows students to pursue endeavors after high school. Mike Pegram, the owner of Carson Valley Inn, donated $50,000 to Aspire Academy High School as well, with the intent for assistance to at-risk students who are in need of basic necessities. The California Community Foundation and the Pipkin Family Foundation donated $5,000 in support of the Community Living Skills, Daily Living Skills program at Douglas High School, which supports our inclusive education students. And the Douglas County Sheriff's Office donated $1,000 to the leadership at Douglas High School for volunteering at Fright Night at the fairgrounds, their annual fundraiser around Halloween. DCSD enrollment counts through the February reporting reflect enrollment of 5,344, which is 10 above where we were during the January reporting, and down 94 down from where we were in February of 2021, which is you'll see a pretty coming out of the semester break. You'll see a big fluctuation often. That's, if we look back in trend, that's not surprising. We went up in that, but being down 94 from last year is right around where we were last year at the same time. 91. So communication meetings, as you know, my staff and I go out and try to meet at every elementary site and or all school sites. Since the January board meeting, we've held communication meetings at Jacks Valley, Pinion Hills, our airport facility, and this morning we were at Minden Elementary School. We've conducted instructional walks, as many of you have alluded to. We've been at Powell and Carson Valley Middle Schools, Douglas High School, and CC Manili, Pinion Hills, and Scarcelli Elementary Schools. They already noted it, but I would like to thank President Jansen and Trustee Dickerson for joining us on those walks and getting to see what's going on inside our classrooms. So thank you for taking the time to do that. And as always, I encourage all of you, if you have time, to join us. It's I think it's a good means to get to know the district a little bit better. DCSD hosted its second mental health series event last Tuesday in conjunction with parentguidance.org. This month's topic was bullying, stop the cycle. Our next mental health series will be on March 7th with the topic building your child's confidence. I attended our monthly NASB meeting last Thursday in Carson City. Following that meeting, most of Nevada's 17 superintendents presented the INVEST document that came before the board at the end of 2022. We have presented that to the Assembly Education Committee. As I've told a lot of the board members, I invited all of the senators and Assembly men and women who serve on the Education Committee to come visit Douglas County. So far, I've been taken up on that by Senator Titus. We also had Assemblywoman Hatch and Assemblywoman Marcus, and then I'm trying to arrange with Senator Hammond to come as well. Basically, we're just really trying to get in front of the legislature in terms of that INVEST document where the governor has indicated that he is going to allocate a significant increase in funding to education. And so we're trying to be proactive where we believe that money should be used. I remain concerned if all of the influx in money goes through the pupil-centered funding plan. I think Douglas County is a big loser in that. We have to gain $6 million more in funding from the state before we actually get a penny more, being hold harmless in that fund. And so I'm really advocating, and I'm not alone in that advocation, that if there is funding intended for raises for teachers statewide, that would be funded outside the pupil-centered funding plan so that every district gets the ability to give the same raises to all staff. And I say teachers, but it goes beyond teachers. It's all staff is where the intent is. And so we'll continue to lobby and be aggressive in that. And if you have a chance to talk to legislature, certainly have that discussion that people-centered funding, there are winners and there are losers, and Douglas County is a loser in that plan. I'm excited to report tonight that our efforts to pursue realignment for the Douglas High School football program appear to be heading towards a positive result. New realignment proposal was approved unanimously by the NIAA Realignment Committee during their February 6th meeting. While Douglas would not be placed in the Northern 3A League as we had been advocating for, the 5A League would be divided into 3 divisions, and Douglas would be placed with Carson, Galena, Worcester, North Valleys, and Hug. It's a division in which we feel we would be more competitive on the football field. So it's actually, I think, a better solution than what we were originally advocating. Keeps us in the 5A, but puts us in the division. There would be a similar division in the South. And so there would now be 3 state champions in the 5A with those 3 divisions. So again, I think it gives us more hopes than we've had on the football field. I want to express my appreciation to Douglas High School Athletic Director John Glover for his time and energy in advocating on behalf of our Douglas High School football players. I would also like to publicly express my appreciation to NIAA Executive Director Donnie Nelson for his professionalism during the realignment process and for thinking outside the box to develop a proposal that works for football, I think, across the state. And so when we raised our objection in our appeal, I think it got some attention and got some things rolling. And so I'm proud that by advocating, I think we've brought about some positive change for Douglas County. And then finally, I want to express my appreciation to School Nutrition Program Director Jordy Foster and Coordinator Melissa McKinney, and to all of our school nutrition program employees who serve our students breakfast and lunch every school day. Our district kitchens and warehouse were inspected recently by the state health inspector and all received an A+ rating. The inspector commented that it's rare to see the level of organization and cleanliness for our warehouse facilities. So I want to thank them and publicly acknowledge the great work that they do on a daily basis, very behind the scenes out here at in the kitchens and at the warehouse. So that's all I've got.
Thank you, Superintendent Lewis. Agenda item 9, Douglas High School restroom project. Mr. McCullough and Mr. Demas, could you please come up to speak?
Like Mr. McCullough is alone. So as he gets settled, I just want to, this is a project that is it's gone across 2 makeups of the boards. In September, it was approved by the board, and Scott, I'm not sure September is the right date. It is, okay. September, the board approved the actual building itself. And so tonight is, as we had told the board back in September, this was a 2-part contract. First part was for the restroom. Second part tonight is for the civil improvements that we need to do to put the restroom in, the water, the sewer. And so I will turn it over to Scott, but I want to give you that kind of background on this project, so we're all on the same page.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis, President, members of the board, Scott McCullough, Douglas County. In the CIP plan in 22, listed this project with 2 items on the capital improvement project plan. One was for DHS restroom, the other was for DHS sewer. Both had allocated amounts in that CIP plan of $200,000. In the CIP of 23, or this year to be submitted, those 2 amounts have been combined to $400,000. Now we use that amount from project that the county had delivered. That's how we built that budget for the project. In 2016, the county installed a public restroom out at Johnson Lane Park, about half the size that the one we're going to put at Douglas High School for $115,000. Since it was a building that was already there, a restroom building, the utilities were already, to that site for that. In 2016, the county up at Kingsbury Trailhead installed another bathroom similar to the one that we're putting in at Douglas High School. The cost of that building was $221,000, and the civil portion of that work was $143,000 for $364,000 6 years ago, and that's what we used for a basis to build that budget for this project. The reason we had it broken out in 2 separate items was The lead time for a pre-manufactured building is 9 to 12 months. We wanted to secure that building separately. Also to avoid profit markup and overhead that if we included that on a general contractor's proposal, we could avoid. So we save the time and we save costs by doing 2 separate contracts. And that's the way we successfully delivered those projects for the county. I had asked the architect 3 years ago, we had Paul Cabin through an RFP provide architectural services for the school district. I asked him to do a rough order of magnitude. It's an estimate that's a super high level because there's not much detail on a traditional masonry built, site built building, and his estimate was over 700,000. And again, the point is that we're not disrupting a program at the high school. This is going to be done over the summer, which also made a pre-manufactured building even more ideal. As Keith was saying, in September, we brought the building contract to the board, and the letter recommendation in the packet states that the project will involve 2 contracts. The first is for the purchase of the pre-manufactured bathroom building, and the second is for the site work for the building. The bids that we received it was great. We had 7 bidders. We haven't had a 7-bid project since the downturn. So when things start coming back, so we've received 1, 2, maybe 3 rarely, but these 7 was good, and the spread was good. So we're recommending the approval for impact construction for the site work for 189-1. And with that, I'm available for questions.
I have a question. So originally it says here that 249,288 back when this was decided with the other board. And then the installation of the building, getting the ground ready and all that, 21,268. And it says it does all kinds of things here. Puts the pad, finishes the slab, even digs trenches to put in all the kind of the different lines and stuff for plumbing and whatnot. And then that came to 270,556. So if that was that out the door, what is this 189,000 for the extra money for?
You bet. That description that public restroom lists in that proposal is to within 5 feet of the building. So they're only go from the building edge 5 feet out to make those connections to those utilities. So this contract will bring, number one, power from a switchboard that is behind the baseball field. There's a standing gear there that we're gonna have to cut concrete and get electrical to that 5 feet for them to connect to. The sewer, the closest sewer is in the parking lot of the 500 building. And it's a gravity sewer, so there's no elevation left. So what this does is at that 5 feet, we'll put a connection of a gravity feed pipe into a lift station, lift it up into a pressure pipe and take it. So we'll have to trench, cross that road and get to that sewer line to dispose of that waste.
Well, that's a lot.
And
So,
third, and the last one is water. Because again, the potable water is down again towards the soccer field. We're gonna have to intercept and put a backflow preventer and put a trench new water to the location. Again, within 5 feet of the building where public restrooms will take it and then finish the installation of that.
so for the building, it's per square foot, something like $1,800 a square foot, something close to that. Is
Whatever the math turns out to be.
Yeah,
Math is
that-
math.
1,800 a square foot for a modular. And the building is 11 foot 4 inches by 24 feet total. And this is costing almost $500,000 out the door at the end of the day.
Whatever the 270 plus 189 is.
That just seems like a lot.
Well, again, that's why I wanted the architect to do a rough order of magnitude for a project in commercial construction with this type of utilities, and his estimate was closer to 700. So to do a modular building is saving from traditional way at least a couple.
Thank you. Thank you. That's just-
Well, again, let me just, one more point I'd like to make is that the ag building and 8 portables with a capacity about 350 students have no bathroom facilities. out there.
I understand.
And this project relieves that condition.
Oh, I understand. It seems very expensive.
And, you know, this also relieves any potential code violations for ADA, accessibility for bathrooms and for hookup.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
I'll just restate what I stated at the meeting in September that I voted for the project because I see that it's a need and everything, but we could do portable toilets for 20 years easily for the price of this, probably more, but I understand the need for real bathrooms, and so I voted for it.
I have something I'd like to say before we go to public comment. And that's that there was a survey done about this issue that I think we all received. So for transparency, I'd like to disclose maybe what some people didn't get to see this. And it was asked, one of the questions was asked of, it went up to 275 people. Unfortunately, last count, there was only, not only, but there was 74 responded. But these were to parents, okay? So what they voted on was that they said, the question was, should the school board approve the additional 189,100 for the permanent bathroom to serve the portable classrooms and baseball and soccer fields? And overwhelmingly, 93.2% of our parents said yes, they wanted it. I just wanted to throw that out there. I know there was comments to it, but I don't know where they're at right now.
Thank you, trustee Gilkerson.
I'd like to make a motion that we, as a recommended board, we award the bid for the civil improvement project to impact construction, the amount of $189,100, to authorize superintendent to the authority to enter into possible change orders, the amount not to exceed 10% of the contract amount as recommended by Director of Facilities, Phil Demas, and Project Manager Scott McCullough.
I'd like to second that.
I'll second that.
I already did, Carrie.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Or echo?
I'm used to you asking the question.
I know, I'm sorry. I jumped in quick.
Trustee Burns?
Yeah, this really isn't a question. This is just a statement for the board and people here. I get a real problem with the 10%. You know, when you put that out to a contractor, been in the contracting business, and I did a lot of bidding in the years. And when you do that, you might as well just give them the 10%. I think that quotes should be made. And if they're professional, they will have the right prices. If there's changes because of equipment or whatever, that's a different story. I just don't like opening up and giving it 10%. That's just my opinion.
And also, may I just say that I think if in that survey, people understood that this modular building was going to cost 500,000 collectively, that might have set them back on their heels a little bit. But I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to at this time call for public comment.
Good afternoon, I'm Marcus Zinke. I'm with the aforementioned parent group that came up with the survey and put that out. I'm spearheading that with Stephanie Christensen, Jill Meyer, and we've enlisted some help from Robbie Lehman, former president of your school board here. The question that we asked was, should the school board approve the additional 189,100 for the permanent bathroom to serve the portable classrooms and baseball and soccer fields? So we are, by design, we are trying to keep these as middle of the road as possible. We're not trying to steer anyone in a particular direction. And it was a resounding 93.2% for yes. 77 parents representing roughly 140 students. we do have significantly more people signed up to do this, but our questionnaire, some of them we found out went into spam folders, and some people just won't respond. You'll learn that in your upcoming months. When you have a hot button topic, you will not feel, you won't have anywhere for anyone to sit. They'll be out in that other room. And when you have something that generally goes unnoticed like this, you'll get less responses. So that's where we have ours. 93.2% said yes. And again, the comments that she's speaking of, some people were concerned, how can it cost so much for such a small building? Some people were worried about the building being purchased before the actual rest of it was approved. I don't know if that's accurate or not. Again, these are just straight from people's concerns. I will tell you on a personal note, outside of this parent group, I'm in construction, and a lot of the reason for a 10% buffer that is important is there are unforeseen costs. And if you don't allow that, you will have people not completing their work. So granted, yes, they put in a bid and we try to do hard bids. That's what I try to do. But if something goes awry or we don't see, again, unforeseen by definition, then there are extra costs over and above bid. And then with Catherine or Mrs. Dickerson, however you'd like to be addressed, you're saying this is quite expensive, but there's 7 bids. And 7 bids, that's what it costs here. You know, we're only as good as the people around us and the people that are working in this community. So it's all relative. I would imagine if you got the same thing built in San Francisco, it'd be triple the cost. So that just might be what our cost is in Douglas County now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other public comment?
Rachel Hamer for the record. I am by no means here on behalf of the town of Minden. I just happen to work for the town of Minden. So just to touch base very quickly on, we have very recently within the last few years put in modular bathrooms, so I understand about the cost. What I'm looking at sounds about right. So it's not that he's not, I mean, it looks like that's about how much it costs. And just as a quick thing, when it comes to that 10%, I understand where you're coming from, Mr. Burns. But when you're dealing especially with utilities, which we're very familiar with, oftentimes once you put that shovel in the ground, you just don't know what you're going to find. And when you don't, when you don't allow for that extra 10%, it pushes everything back, because now we have to come back to you for more approvals, for change orders, and for all of this to just continue on. This allows your staff to take care of business when it needs to be taken care of and get completed and get done. It's really cumbersome and hard, and I understand the frustration about feeling like you're just signing off checks. But also from my perspective, we bid a lot of projects as well. And we've had many that have not needed the 10% at all. It's not a gimme that they're automatically just going to go after that money. And there has to be justifications for it too, good ones. And I would just recommend, listening to your staff and that they're going to do right by you.
Thank you.
You have 3 people online.
Okay.
First is Virginia.
Hi, this is Virginia Neese. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I happen to agree with Trustee Burns on the 10%. I think that if there is an issue that comes up, that the contractor should be able to come back to the school board and ask for those exceptions. I know that when I put a shovel in my ground, I usually have the local utilities come and make sure that where I'm digging, there aren't going to be unforeseen issues on my own personal land, and I have done that. So I have to agree that you don't just give carte blanche for 10%. And if there are exclusions, then they'll come to you in the future, but you might as well just give them that 10% because they will find a way to take it. And that's what I have to say.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Next.
Next is Anne Marie Chase.
Hi there, this is Anne Marie Chase. Can you hear me okay? Oh, good. Am I using my teacher voice? Hi there. I am a Spanish teacher at Douglas High School, and I actually teach out in the portables. I've been out there, like 7 or 8 years. And I just want to tell you, we are really, really excited about the prospect of getting bathrooms out there, and it is sorely needed. Just from a logistical point of view, when our kids need to use the restroom during class, they have to go far to go to the bathroom. Like it is not a quick trip. And so I would really encourage the board to approve this, as it will improve not only the education of our students, but also the working conditions of the teachers out in the portables, because it is a trek when we have to go pick up copies or run to the bathroom or go to the front office. So anything you guys can do to make that a little bit easier for us, it would be really appreciated. And I think it sounds like money well spent. So thank you.
Thank you.
And next I have a Jessica Gardner.
Unmute. Yes, my name is Jessica Gardner. I'm a parent of a Douglas County School District student, and I would just like to encourage the board to approve this, not only because of being a parent and of a child of educators, that anything that you can do to support your teachers and provide them with safe working conditions is something that should be the top of the list, no matter what the cost is. And also providing these safe places for our students, because sometimes, we think of it as just going to the bathroom, but it can be such a bigger deal for the youth. And I think that we should really think of them first. Thank you.
Any further comment?
Mr. Lewis, can you expound on where the financings and everything is coming from? I don't want everybody to think, especially the comments coming in, that we're against this. That's not.
No,
We're responsible for financials too, and we just want to make sure that everything is lining up.
Right. So this is, as Scott alluded to, this has been a long-term project through our capital improvement funds. So this would come out of our capital funds. Anything for buildings comes out of that. And so that's been part of been on our docket for 3 years. And so we have general fund and capital funds. This comes out of capital funds. And I guess I can speak for 3 years of experience that I've sat in this seat. The 10% has been on several projects. And I can tell you, it's not an automatic that they come get that money. In fact, it's been quite the opposite. I have very rarely had to approve any additional costs. So it's been alluded to, and I appreciate Trustee Burns had brought this concern to me prior. So I was prepared for that concern. And with Public Works and the way our board works is that any change could delay a project by a month. So we get into a project, and depending on where we are in the month, even to call a special meeting takes posting, and it takes days, and your project gets put on hold. And so that's part of the reason why we ask for that, is it gives us some flexibility if something does come up, that we can keep that project on track. And again, I have very rarely had to sign extra change orders, but I have before, but very rarely.
Thank you. Mr. McCullough, do you have anything further to add?
Scott McCullough for the record, President Jensen. Yes, I mean, it is our intent to bring these projects in on budget. And many times they're below budget. I think it was the Jacks Valley HVAC project we did. We found savings that came in, I believe, like 10,000 under budget. And that's our goal, to stretch our capital improvement dollars as far as they can go. And that's why we're in these projects. To build to save those funds. And it's 469, not $500,000 for the project.
Well, I'm close enough.
It's not, in dollars, it's not.
So just,
469 for the
yeah.
project. But again, my point was that if we built a traditional, it may be 200,000 more for a conventional built structure on that site with the disruption in the campus.
Yeah, we're absolutely for this. It's just that we're looking towards when we've got lots of money going out, and we're always looking towards where we can save so we can offer teachers more finance. So it's really about trying to streamline our budget so that we can, give teachers what they're worth. That's kind of our goal long term, yeah.
So I do want to clarify, so we're not talking the same pot of money. So none of this money could be used towards teacher salaries. Capital funds can only be used on projects, on buildings and maintenance projects. Teachers all come out of general fund, so it's two completely different pots of money. We're not spending 469,000, whatever it came to, at the expense of our teachers.
So
Does that make sense?
there's no way to divert money by
No.
making putting it in a general fund and then reallocating it another.
These funds come in
direction.
for capital only. Yep. Yep.
Thank you.
And just, meeting with trustee Burns this morning, and the legislature just asked the question of what it would cost to build a elementary school for 500 students. As they're, I think, looking at their budget, and one of our concerns is capital money, that at some point the legislature is going to have to put some money aside for new schools and improving schools. Washoe County just built a middle school for 650 students at 36 million to build it and 8 million to furnish it. So that kind of gives you an idea, and those prices seem to go up about 10% every year. Schools that have school districts that have bid, by the time they build, the costs have gone up 10%. So just as a point of reference.
Right. It just seems like because it's a state entity that they hit you harder. Everything's more expensive because the money flows easily. And I just think it's that's hard for me to swallow. Thank you.
Any other comments? Okay, time to call for a vote. I'm gonna call both yays and nays. So let's call the yays first. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Approved by unanimous vote. Oh, Mr. McCullough, now tell us about the Scarcelli Elementary Civil Improvements.
You bet. Don't call it for the record, Douglas County. Probably 4 years ago, so we decided to do annual maintenance projects. We were deficient in painting, pavement maintenance, carpet. So through the capital improvement program, we allocated 100,000 per year for a project. We can bring our carpet, our painting, exterior painting. And also this year we added roofing maintenance. We have gutters that are leaking, we have pooling water, we have deteriorating, systems that we need attention to. And these projects sometimes are too great to do in 1 year. We don't have the budget to go replace, a roof. Scarcelli's example from last year. The color had worn off. And if we were not to coat it, we may lose it to rust and have to replace the roof. That would have been a multi-million-dollar project. We have the alternate of coating it with a system that guaranteed it for 20 years and brought color back to preserve that roof. So we implemented our roofing maintenance program. So now we have a roofing maintenance, carpet maintenance, painting, and pavement maintenance. We bid those out every year, so we get best pricing for that. This project here is part of the roofing maintenance. So last year, when we did Scarcelli, we didn't have the time this summer to go do the underground improvements to support that new work. So what this is a contract to redo the gutters, or to redo the groundwork, to take the water from the gutters that was done last summer. It takes water, it channels it into that drain next to the campus, And it also provides infiltration galleries. There are 2 courtyard areas in the school that when snow melts, water is 4 inches deep. We need to get rid of that water. There's nowhere to drain it, so we put infiltration galleries, what we do at the lake on all our drip lines. And that is what the scope of the work is. Again, we received 9 bids. We haven't seen a 9 bid submittal on a project like this, again, since the recession, probably 2007. The prices came in from 61 to another 152. Again, Impact was a contractor through that bid and awarded the high school project, and we're recommending award them for the.
Any discussion from the board? Any public comment?
Motion
Oh,
first.
sorry.
I'll make a motion. I recommend that the board award the bid for the Scarcelli Elementary School Civil Improvement Project to Impact Construction in the amount of $61,850 and to authorize the superintendent the authority to enter into possible change orders in the amount not to exceed 10% of the contract amount as recommended by the Director of Facilities, Phil Demas, and Project Manager, Scott McCullough.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. I'll call for a vote.
Nope.
Public
comment.
comment. Still look at it. Okay, now I'll call for a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Unanimous pass 7-0.
Thank you. Thanks.
Superintendent.
All right, item 11 is actually an item that comes back before you, grant funding for calendar year 23. This was brought to the board in January. You gave IT Director John Enter authority to pursue, I'm going to draw a blank, but E-rate funding, but wanted this item brought back for consideration. In your packet tonight, our Executive Director of Assessment, Grants and Progress Monitoring, Mark Wallen, who I'll call up to the front if you have questions, but he just put together a list of grants that we currently have and the value of those. And then also in your packet are the assurances for state grants, federal grants, and then any career technical education grants, just as information only for you. And so I turn it over to the board for discussion.
Do I read the conditions that we?
So Trustee Jansen has prepared some conditions that and so this again is you now as a board are discussing this to the point of whether you make a motion or not. It's your discussion.
Okay. So possible motion to authorize district staff to apply for entitlement and competitive grant funds as well as other grant opportunities, as long as those grant opportunities do not require conditions upon the Douglas County School District, which includes specific components of critical race theory, including intersectionality, oppressed and oppressors, equity of outcomes, not opportunity, any kind of sexualization of K through 12 students, including but not limited to non-traditional pronouns or genders taught. In addition, district staff is directed to develop a grant application board policy, which aligns with the conditions set forth in this motion. This policy is by no means can be construed to knowingly discriminate against any person or group based on the 14th Amendment of the Constitution of the United States. Any further discussion?
What you just, oops, I'm sorry. So what you just read, it would be nice if I could see that in front of me in writing, because there was a lot of things there that I'm not sure about. Can you explain to me what your definition is of intersectionality? Is that the right thing?
It's the premise that somebody is an oppressor and somebody is oppressed.
Okay. All right. Well, before I'd like to discuss my point of view on this, if that would be okay.
Be awesome.
So I'm going to start out by saying that I do.
You know what is that? Maybe we ought to, can we take a break and make copies? Yeah. And make those available for them.
We should have a copy.
Yeah, I can't vote on something I can't see. Absolutely. Thank you.
Thanks, Val. 40 copies.
No. Good idea.
So I need wrong. They don't speak really slow, right?
So that people online can access it, so I'll just do a second.
On the district website. Those of you online can access this policy on board book
So.
through the district website.
Discussion.
Document that has been presented to discuss.
Thank you.
All right, now can I go? Is it my turn?
Trustee Gilkerson, would you please take your turn?
Thank you very much. President Jansen. Okay, this is what I'd like to say today. First of all, I want to start off with my words are not intended to be hurtful, and I would like to apologize if they offend anyone, because it is truly not my intent. My campaign slogan was always putting kids first, which also implied teachers, parents, and community. I had the pleasure yesterday of sitting on an expulsion panel along with two of our newest board members, Susie Jensen and Catherine Dickerson. I want to share with all of you what an absolutely wonderful job they did. I got a view into their hearts and saw their love for our kids and their empathy. They bring to the board their life experiences, which I believe has prepared them well for the role. Spending more time as a board and getting to know each other is what I believe will make us a better, stronger board. As we get ready to discuss, vote about policies that will come before us, I think we need to keep in mind that writing policies and passing policies is a way to show control. It's not to control that when we don't trust that people, which are our teachers, librarians, superintendents, employees in general, that either we are afraid or that we don't trust them to do the right things. The things that they went to school for, that they trained for, and were hired for, which is really their jobs. Instead of creating policy after policy, why don't we as board members take the time to sit in classrooms, visit schools, talk with teachers and employees? For that matter, share your concerns about these things. Ask them questions, then listen and learn. See if the things you are concerned about, first of all, are real or can be handled with discussion. When we start writing policy after policy out of fear, we are in fact handcuffing our valuable employees, not to mention the emotional toll that it takes on them. So now getting back to trust, what I believe is the essence of a great board, one that I believe that we can be. We do not have to agree. In fact, respectful discussion with differences is healthy, but we need to find a way to trust. When we bring issues before a nonpartisan board that are driven by politics, we are not doing a disservice. We are doing a disservice to our board and wasting valuable time. Instead of focusing on things that matter, things that will raise our test scores, keep our schools safe, empower parents, and help our students' emotional well-being, let's be kind to ourselves. Let's be kind to each other. It takes time. I'm always willing to learn, and I'm sure you are too. When we are voting on issues or trying to make change, my litmus test is to ask myself, number one, is this what's really best for kids? Number two, is this a real issue or is this politically motivated out of fear or lack of understanding? Finally, I have the highest hopes that we here up front as a school board will continue to strive to be the best that we can be. And I'd like to welcome our new board members. I have high hopes. Thank you very much.
I'd like to say that anything that we do, we believe is in the best interest of students.
Missed it. Yeah, I was just going to say,
I think all
you
of
can't,
us-
you should only be
I think
speaking for
all of us.
yourself.
I think all of us, quite frankly.
No,
But I think this is being directed at new members. So I really kind of feel that it was kind of that, and that's fine too. That's fine too.
Well, I would like to just say one other thing then.
But I want to finish by
I'm
saying
sorry,
that there
excuse me.
is, and this is, I just found a book. I just turned over a page to Superintendent Keith Lewis that had profanity. It was checked out by 11-year-old little girl from Powwow. I've got it in my bag. I can show you it right now.
This is not, we're not talking about that. This is not the
Well,
time.
no, it is part of it, because what we don't want in any kind of, we want no critical race theory. We don't want pinning children one against the other. We don't want profanity being, our children being exposed to. That is looking out for children, in my opinion. So I'll stand for that all day long.
And that's you,
Right.
not we, you.
Well, that's me.
Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to clear up.
Trustee Kangas.
Yeah, I'm sorry I blurted out, trustee Dickerson, but we're all separate individuals here. And when you use that word, you were using it earlier and it kind of just disturbed me a little bit. So I apologize for the blurting.
No worries. I'll look out for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Burns.
We're in a different country today. We're in a country across this nation that is turning the tables upside down. It's going through our school systems. Do I want to sit here and pinpoint everything here? Not necessarily. But I will tell you this, we have a responsibility as a board, as a community, that we make sure that these things do not come into the school system because it's coming across the nation. We have been doing a lot of study, a lot of homework. The critical race theory is exactly that. It's a theory and it is racist. Plain simple. It's a 14th Amendment violation. And to do that, to look at this, you're just looking at here. And we understand that, but we have things across this nation that we believe needs to be blocked. We know some of the things that came through, and this particular is resolution to make sure that we are not bound to anything to this nation, to the United States. We stick to the Constitution. The Constitution of the United States is what we go by as the law of the land. And I believe it was, and don't hold me exactly on this date, I think it was in 1803 or 1806, it was challenged. And it was clear that the law of the land, First Amendment, does not override the 14th Amendment. And I will sit here and I will defend the 14th Amendment in all violations that comes across this school system and across this community, across this nation. Problem is, we need to be back and we need to be strong within the Constitution. This particular one right here is only based on that we do not want to be bound to anything. And that's exactly what happens with money that comes from the government. There are guidelines a lot of times, and there are restrictions of what we can and cannot do. We just don't feel that we should be putting ourselves in that position. In that position to have to deal with this later. If it doesn't happen, it's no big deal. But we have things in here today. We're not the same as what we were even 5 years ago. Protection is the main thing. I see it as a protection of the students, the school system, parents, the community. We ran on it, the three of us ran on a ticket. Everybody knew what we were running on. And that's exactly what we're looking at to do, is to block the things that we feel would be damaging to the school system. I hope you understand that. I don't mean to be coming across harsh, but I am very defensive when it comes to the Constitution. And I keep hearing this First Amendment rights. Well, it's not. 14th Amendment is not ever overridden by the First Amendment. So that's what I'm standing on personally. And I believe that we need these things, because if it doesn't happen, no big deal. If it does happen, we're ready. Thank you.
Any, Tony, Mr. Magnata?
I'd like to make a comment. I'll tell you, we do not teach critical race theory. We do not. But we teach social emotional learning. I went to a class, third grade class, sat through it. It was okay, but I'm still against it. You know, for us to spend the money on social emotional learning and those type things, I think we need to put our money, it's better used in something else. So that's just my comment.
Thank you. Anybody else? Mr. Engelker?
Yeah, I guess this issue was, I first brought it before the board about a year ago, and it didn't go anywhere. And now I believe I have more support on the board, and it's being brought before the board once again. First thing about Trustee Gilkerson's comments about partisanness, this being a nonpartisan board. It is a nonpartisan board, but we have values. And the values that we have are protecting our kids. And I don't see anything on this board policy for grants that, I mean, if anybody wants to say that, yes, I'm for pitting oppressors against oppressed, or I'm for the sexualization of students, or intersectionality, or equity of outcomes versus equity of opportunities, I will debate you on that forever, because I believe that those things are things that are creeping into our school systems around the nation, and we've seen it in plenty of other places. Now, I'm not accusing this district of having it. I think our district's doing great, but this is just a safeguard that we can have put in place so that if there's some sort of a grant that comes before the district and we look at it and it has strings attached that we don't agree on, that we can say, no, we're gonna forego that for the sake of our students. We're not gonna tie our hands up with something just to get some money. And so, that's my comment.
If everyone else has spoken, I'd like to speak. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
And I'd like to speak to you especially. Everyone here knows I was a 32-year teacher in inner city schools. I spent my life dealing with inner city children and all their issues. I've seen this all in action. I love children more than anything. I live to serve them. I will tell you, I've been to almost every school in the district, and I will continue to go as often as I can. I have not seen any of this to this point. I think that the teachers whose classes I've been in are wonderful. I've seen some of the best teachers I've ever seen in my life, anywhere I've been. I think that this district is a jewel. I did not run to be on the school board because I didn't think this was a wonderful district. I just want to protect the district. I've been to the legislature. I've been reading the bills. Well, there's some really ugly bills being created both in Washington, D.C. and in Carson City. If none of this ever has to be used, and Mr. Walling told me that it hasn't been an issue so far. And I believe him, I trust him, I trust the board, I trust the teachers. I do. I think they're fantastic. But having a little extra protection, there's no harm in it. I don't see the harm in it. We're not saying anybody's doing anything wrong. Again, I'll keep going to the schools. I'm going tomorrow to an instructional walk at the high school. I think your teachers are wonderful and the staff is wonderful. I have nothing negative to say. This is not about saying anything bad about anybody. I do trust I have been only impressed. So this to me is a layer of protection. Like I said, the whole time on the campaign, I said from Washington, DC and Carson City. That's who we need protection from, because I don't trust them. You, I trust, them I don't. Any further comment?
Yes, I'd like to comment to your comment. First of all, I want to thank you. You are working very hard. I appreciate all that you're doing, and you are educating yourself. And you constantly do say, we've got the best teachers. You're not seeing CRT. You're not seeing any of these things that we're trying to prevent our school districts from. When I hear that it's no big deal, I respectfully disagree. I think if you were to talk to teachers and talk to our directors, that the ones that are in charge, I think it is a big deal. You mentioned that, Mr. Walling has mentioned that he's not seen any of this. But how do you think it makes our professionals feel when you handcuff them with policies after policy after policy? It takes away, it's sending a message that you do not trust them to do what's right. I also, so at what cost are all these policies, this laundry list that we have on our future agenda items that we want to make policy for? At what cost is that? And I think there is a cost, and I think it's a cost to our teachers and to our administrators, and then it'll roll down to, we're having trouble getting teachers as it is. You're going to find that teachers are going to leave. People are not going to feel trusted. And when you don't feel trusted, why would you want to be there? If you were an employer or an employee and you felt you weren't being trusted, that's what this is all based on. The community, teachers, kids, it's about trusting and about doing what's right. The thing about what's to come and protecting, that's all fear. It's all fear-based. We've never been afraid up until now, I don't think. So I don't, this is just how I feel about it. And again, I'm not trying to be hurtful or be disrespectful. This is where I'm coming from. I've been in the district for 30 years. I've been in the school districts many times. I think if you would, honestly, you're doing a lot of work, you're working hard, but ask the questions about some of these things, about policies that you're wanting to put forth. Check with our teachers, check with our administrators, find out how they feel about it. I'm sure Mr. Zinke is going to come up here and tell us on our survey that we received. So, and that's all, that's it, but thank you for listening.
It isn't about not trusting, it's about protecting both teachers and children. I have been researching extensively what's going on legislatively, statewide, in terms of the state, and these things are coming your way. And I think if we're to be honest, they've knocked on the door. They've knocked on the door because they are present even in professional development, which some things had to be removed because they were not okay, but still when it's presented.
Can you be more specific? What's coming? Tell me something that's in the legislature that's coming that we need to be afraid of, or we need to throw up barriers for to stop.
Okay, SB Bill 9 is it's in legislature right now, that no longer will we be grading students for them to graduate. Also, that it will, a bill that will take away transparency from school to parents. It will no longer be.
What bill is that?
SB 9.
That's under SB 9 as well?
SB
Okay.
9. And so we have been looking at these things, and it's about protection. It is not about not trusting. It's about just having an insurance policy against things that are going on all over our country, and yes, in little districts just like ours.
Thank you. Any other comments?
We went on a campaign trail. We found critical race theory laced through a training book for new teachers. You made the comment that you didn't know what critical race theory meant. So that, we did our homework.
And I educated myself, I found out.
And should have done it before.
I get
You'd
what you're
understand those things. But we have
Why would I
the
do
point
something I
here.
didn't know?
We have the point here is if you could tell me one of these things that is wrong in what we should be protecting our kids, I'll listen. But you've done the exact same thing, give basics. You have not expounded on anything in particular on this. Say it again, this is the 14th Amendment. We are going to use it to protect our kids, our teachers, our school, our community, because that's what we were elected for.
Trustee
I don't think
Hayes?
there's a person in this room that wants any of this in our school district. But that is based on fear. They've had bills like this for the lifetime of our legislature. People come up with crazy notions that never make it to the public. We have a small district we can protect. And we can get it before it takes off. It's not here.
Well, it was in professional development, so it is here. It was taken out because it was viewed to be inappropriate.
Thank you, I'm done.
All right. We're gonna listen to Mark.
Oh, you got to call. You got to call.
If you want to ask questions, I mean, we're still in discussion phase, there's no motion.
I do have, I'm sat here and I'm gonna defend, this notion that we're teaching our teachers CRT is absolutely the basis of one individual who made a video. And this notion that we're training teachers to go into the classroom to teach CRT, you've set it up here tonight that you haven't seen it. So it's not true. It's not what, no, we have not taught our teachers to teach CRT. They're not teaching it in the classroom. Trustee Dickerson, we've had people up here tonight on our board that have been in our classrooms that have seen none of that. And again, the minute that there was concern raised with that professional development book, I don't care what people say out in the community. I know what's true because I'm the superintendent. I immediately directed staff to look at that book. Was that book necessary to achieve the goals that we have of PDC? It wasn't necessary because our goal is not to teach our teachers CRT and how to teach it. And I, as the superintendent, took action immediately to have that book removed because it wasn't necessary for the goals that we need with our teachers. So I feel like I've never set the record straight on that.
Okay.
It's been said over and over and over. And this book that was mysteriously in the CVMS library was brought into the library by the librarian who created the video during his time there, but that was not in the video, was it? Because that would throw the theory off. So
This isn't about
moving to the
the
point of-
video. This isn't about the video. I have a paper that was from the board that I kept from a board meeting back in the beginning of last year that states that we know that CRT is being, from the board, taught in professional development, and that DEI had been taught, and 5 teachers complained that it was racist and offensive. So it is being taught in professional development, Keith. That's my point.
Yes, and I agree. The perception was there, but again, this notion that we're looking blindly, again,
No, I
I don't
never said
know.
that.
I think there's people think I know everything that goes on.
No,
in
no,
the
no,
school
no,
district.
but I'm just saying that's a little too close for comfort for me.
Fair enough.
I have a question for Rick. This Nevada Ready Statement of Federal Assurances, can you explain what, this is the grant, or maybe this question for Mark? I don't read legalese, and a lot of the stuff here is this just assurances from the Fed or whatever about what they're gonna do, or?
It's not about what they're gonna do. This is about when we receive funding, here's how we're gonna monitor, here's how we're going to report back our spending.
Okay.
Here are the things that, none of this, I mean, they're generic, nothing in your general statements of assurances, nothing says you have to do this, you have to do this, you have to do this. These come with all of the grants that we apply for. And so whether it's a federal grant, whether it's a state grant, whether it's a state with CTE tags to it, they come with their assurances. And so what this is telling you, and you can glance through them, I mean, everybody has a packet to them. We read through, and as the recipients of the funding, here are the things that we're responsible for. As far as monitoring what we're spending based on the allocation, the allocable, the allowability of that specific grant. And we're gonna do what we say we can.
Okay, but this is a generic one that comes with the grants, and then when there's a certain grant, there may or may not be other.
So no, and I haven't seen that. So
I'm just,
yeah, and there may be, but I haven't seen that. So when we receive grants, or if we apply for grants, whether it's, from more of a local level, whether it's, with our, health department, whether it's a FEMA grant, whether it's, a CTE grant, if it's ESSER funded or ARP funded, they're gonna come with one of these three variations that you have in your packet. Where you see differences are, what is the grant for? What are we trying to fund with this grant? So is it something where we have school-based mental health services? Is it something that is CTE? Is it one of our titles? They all have their different views, they all have their different purposes in their scope of work. And so that's where you see the differences in the grant, but the assurances are one of those three views.
Did I ask a question? Mr. Walling, pegging on to Mr. Engelkirk's comments. Have you ever seen this as I know you've only been at this position for a short time, but have you ever seen any of these as conditions on a grant that we've been funded?
No, so like I said, the conditions, as I understand, are what are we being held responsible for receiving the funding, and those are the assurances.
But just for the record, never
Yes.
seen one of
No,
these.
no,
Okay.
I've never seen those.
Thank you.
So, and part of that is when we apply for grants and when we submit our initial budgets, those budgets go through, my office, they go through, our finance, our business management, the superintendent's office, and then they make 3 levels at the state's office to make sure that we're spending appropriately on the things that are allowable underneath that grant. And so there's a series of checks and balances that we're not spending outside of what we're allowed to spend.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I have a question. Mr. Walling, ESSER money, COVID money, what they call it, we call it ESSER, right? Was ever any conditions ever put on them?
So again, those would fall under the federal assurances that you have in your packet.
I'm asking you, was there any conditions put on any forms of the ESSER money? Was there conditions of masks? Was there conditions of vaccine? Was there any conditions at all?
That would have been before me, but not that I'm aware of. Those were all part of.
Who
Federal-
mandated the mask? Okay. And if we didn't do it, would we get the ESSER money?
I don't know that it was ever about the ESSER money. It was about, could have been about state, where the grant was state funding. It wasn't ESSER funding.
So there is conditions sometimes. And so the conditions.
Well, I guess the condition in that case was, again, we asked our legal counsel to give us legal advice on, there was debate over whether or not an emergency directive was the law. And it was determined that it had the binding effect of the law. So the condition obviously is that school districts are expected to follow the law. That was the condition. Now, again, during that time, I mean, that was a threat made at school districts, whether they would have actually done it. No one went against the directive to find out.
And that's my point. My point is, yeah, there is some conditions could be on there. And with the conditions, we're not, we just feel we're not willing to allow these things to come in under any condition. If they don't come in, we have no problem. But if they do, we want the barrier to be able to make sure that we don't apply for them and put a condition on the school.
Like to add something to what you said. I do believe that Elko went against the mask mandate, and 4 out of the 5 school board members voted no masks. And then the next day they resigned because the teachers union sued them for that. So there is a price to pay sometimes, just saying.
Thank you.
Public. Hang on. I think the explanation is that we try to have the agenda for public comment on items not related to the agenda. Yep. At 5:30, just so people can rely on that. And so I think what would make sense is that continue this discussion after doing that agenda item on public comment, which is agenda item number 13. And so this is public comment, not on any. Not on this, on anything.
Thank you for the clarification. Okay, I'd like to call for public comment
And I don't know.
on all items not related to the agenda, current agenda.
I think David. She explained the agreement. Hey, explain the time. Yeah, he's gonna give us time to go. Time. Robust.
That's America.
That's democracy.
Try it.
Yes.
I have the procedural question. Yeah. If I allow somebody to talk online and they start talking about his specific agenda items, do I? Well, there's a caution, or is somebody going to talk to him, or how do you want me? Yeah, we'll just caution, and if they, most of them will cooperate, and if they don't, they'll review it.
Just to let everybody know, there will be at 2.5 minutes, there'll be a ding, and you'll get it 2 dings at your 3 minutes. Reason for that is nobody's looking at their cards when they're trying to read something. So that's, we'll go by hearing. It'd be 3 minutes, 2.5 warning, and then 3 completed.
Dave Brady for the record. I first want to apologize. I think I cut the line for all the other people that signed in, so bear with me. I didn't realize it was 18 here. I should. I'm here representing the Carson Valley Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors. One of the things that we firmly believe in is the strong working relationship between the school district and our community and the business community at large. To that end, we have integrated within our board meetings opportunity for the trustee, for the president of the school board to come and sit in our meetings and participate. In the past, Trustee Gilkerson has attended, and we found it to be of value. So I certainly extend, pardon me?
I still will be attending.
Okay, well, I would certainly encourage others to come as well. But we want to make sure that we have a close working relationship, and you're all invited. It's at 8 o'clock, first Wednesday of the month, and it certainly is not as exciting as these meetings.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
Mr. Thinking?
For the previous, agenda item. I already signed that.
Okay, so
He's
you're
already.
Not for public, for the public.
Oh.
Not for the 5:30.
Julie Michael? Michelle.
Yeah.
Michelle.
Hi, I'm Julie Michelle, and well, I was a student in Douglas County. I first want to start with that, kindergarten through 12th grade. And I currently teach at Pawalu Middle School. I teach math and computer science. I just wanted to come today to express my appreciation of Epic Learning. It's been a road for me. I was in the accelerated cohort for Epic. So this is my 4th year working with Epic. And I know I've had to make it my own, but I want to share today an experience that one of my students had this year. One of our standards that we were working on was multiplying decimal numbers. And this student struggled to understand this standard and really was earning an F in my class all the way from August until January. And right before semester changed, every intervention I could put him in, every tutoring session, we never gave up on that standard. And this is something that I never had really done before. We had always just moved on. And I just wanted you to know that the student right before semester owned this standard, learned it, went back, like no matter, we continued to move within my classroom, but this child still struggled. And this child went back and learned how to multiply decimal numbers, which is a life skill. This is not just a, learn it, move on. And I just wanted to let you know that because he learned that standard, this student also was able to master some other standards that we had missed. And so this child left my class with a B at semester. And I just wanted you guys to, number one, feel that you're welcome in my room. And I know sometimes you feel like you need to be invited, but you don't. Not in my room. My room is open. I call it a beautiful disaster. And it is kind of crazy as far as what's happening. And I have kids in every place. I have kids that are still working on previous standards. I have kids that are currently with us as a whole, and I have kids moving ahead. And I want you to know, I know there's, no one quite knows Epic, but I do want you to know that it's blooming in my classroom right now, and the kids are learning at their levels and they're not giving up. And in the past, I would have just pushed forward and we would have kept going. So as much as I've made it my own, and you do have to make it your own, I'm telling you today that I'm welcoming you into my room. I want you to come talk to my kids, ask them what they're learning, ask them where they're at within their proficiency level, and please do it at any time. I don't want to have a dog and pony show. I want you to come in and I want you to see what's real. So again, Julie Michelle, I'm in E7 at Pawalu, and it's going to be 6th grade, and it's going to be stuffy and messy and wonderful.
Awesome. Julie, I just want to say, I was in your room. I thought it was fabulous, and I think you're fabulous.
Okay, well, come over again. I will.
I agree. I think you're one of our superstars, Julie.
David C.
My name is David Seat. I'd like to thank Amy Bergens, Douglas County Clerk Treasurer, for overseeing and managing arguably the cleanest elections in the country. I was an election worker for Douglas County for the 2022 primary and midterm elections. I witnessed the integrity and transparency of the process under the leadership of Amy. I would like to thank the Douglas County voters for their wisdom and discernment demonstrated by electing the new school board members, David Burns, Susan Jansen, and Catherine Dickerson. I would like to thank the school board for removing the no trespass order placed on me for my public display of non-compliance for an unconstitutional and ineffective mask mandate that was in place as a requirement to attend these board meetings. I was notified on February 3rd, 2023 by the Douglas County Sheriff Department that the no trespass order issued on January 12th, 2022 had been removed. Promises made, promises kept. Here is my copy of that no trespass order. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Rachel Hammer. Did I say the name right?
I would like to speak though if I could.
And there's two others ahead of me, and I'll call you back. Okay. Rachel Jones.
My name is Rachel Jones, and my daughter Career was going to speak tonight because she has had to rehash this emotional and mentally exhausting nightmare 2 separate times with Mr. X and Ms. Dedman. So she chose not to for a third time this evening. So I'm here to quickly tell you what took place. I received a call from Career last Tuesday morning, very upset with the content that was being taught in her Honors 2 English class. She said she feels it is very biased and makes her uncomfortable, as this is not the first time it has happened. I immediately went to school, went to the front desk and requested to observe Ms. Dedman's class. I was told I had to make an appointment of a 48-hour notice and the approval of the principal, Mr. Rex. In order to make my appointment, I had to sit down with Mr. Rex and explain why I was there. Ms. Dedman spoke about President Obama, Trump, and Biden. She then showed a video of how Obama spoke, but no video about Trump or Biden. I told him about her personal comments to the class, that she has anger issues, and spoke about how her grandfather was a racist, called her a whore, and flew the Confederate flag. These personal comments are a concern to Carrera and quite frankly have no place in the classroom. During this meeting, I set up an appointment to observe the upcoming Thursday morning class, my 48-hour notice. Come Thursday morning, I arrived at school and Mr. Rex denied me access, stating it was a misunderstanding on his behalf. He refused to let me access that classroom where my daughter was. When he refused me access, I requested Carrera be pulled immediately from Ms. Dedman's classroom. Carrera then came to his office, and this is when Mr. Rex, after some discussion with Carrera, decided to open his door as a dismissal to Carrera, as he clearly did not want to further discuss her feelings about the class and what was going on. In a separate meeting, I asked Ms. Dedman why she only showed a 14-second video of Obama's political speech and not one example of the other two presidents, Trump or Biden. She said because of time constraints, and she had not prepped for that. I thought this was odd. Time constraints of a 14-second video. She mentioned she was not talking ideology, that she was just wanted to give an example of that specific speaking technique. And when I asked her if she felt she could have done anything different, she said she could have not shown the video. I mentioned that would have been a better option. Let the students research themselves the types of speaking techniques like the Magic 3. Ms. Dedman insisted this is not political, that Carrera has fabricated this situation as political. She made it clear this is a misunderstanding of an idea and of politics. As I ask myself now, this is not political when their February 7th and 8th assignment is to write a political speech. Because this meeting awareness, it has been decided by Mr. Rex and Ms. Dedman that Carrera is and was to be removed from that English 2 honors class. I'm requesting this board take appropriate action against Mr. Rex for denying me access on 2 separate occasions to my child's classroom, a public facility nonetheless. Mr. Rex has informed me per the board that he has as the official site official of DHS, has the liberty to make his own rules above and beyond BP 905. I'm requesting the board clarify what authority the site official has, what their rules are in writing, and where they are posted, so I know what the rules are beyond BP 905. One last thing, I'm requesting the board take appropriate action against Ms. Dedman for violating BP 437, political activities within her classroom teachings.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Jones. Casey Rogers.
Casey Rogers for the record. I must say, it's quite nice to be back in this room with all of you, breathing the same air with the same COVID disease still out there, maskless.
Science coach and admin in the largest public school district in Indiana. I'm in dozens of classrooms a week, so I see exactly what we're teaching our students. When we tell you that schools aren't teaching critical race theory, that it's nowhere in our standards, that's misdirection. We don't have the quotes and theories as state standards per se. We do have critical race theory in how we teach. We tell our teachers to treat students differently based on color. We tell our students that every problem is a result of white men and that everything Western civilization built is racist. Capitalism as a tool of white supremacy. Those are straight out of Kimberly Crenshaw's main points, verbatim, in critical race theory, the writings that formed the movement. This is in math, history, science, English, the arts, and it's not slowing down. If students of color have lower reading scores, it's because of inequity. Therefore, we take from the white students and give to the color students. That's Richard Delgado, straight out of CRT and Introduction. All teaching is political, with reality and facts taking the back seat. That's Dr. Gloria Ladson-Billings, who outlined how she saw critical race theory fleshed out in public schools in 1995. When schools tell you that we aren't teaching critical race theory, it means one thing. Go away and look into our affairs no further. It isn't about transparency. It isn't about cultural relevance. It's race essentialism painted to look like the district cares about students of color. We call it anti-racism, so you feel bad if you disagree with our segregationist pedagogy. It's taking advantage of kids' vulnerability and parents' inactivity to preen over social snake oil schemes designed to create division. Parents, when we tell you critical race theory isn't taught in our schools, we're lying. Keep looking.
I have never seen somebody so upset about CRT becoming a policy when you're saying that there's no CRT. It's quite ridiculous. I can tell you as a sociology major, who's somebody who went to UNR and saw the shift.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers. Mr. Zinke?
Marcus Zinke again here. You'll find I speak a lot at these things. I have forever. No one in this room would be more against critical race theory than me. And you'll find that I agree with a lot of your proposals and a lot of your propositions here. I just think you need to be very careful. You all ran together, but you are no longer together. And I keep hearing we this, we that. If you mean the collective we, you and your followers, I guess that would be up for debate. But it's clear where people stand on this board. And it looks to me, or at least sounds to me, like a lot of decisions have been made and ideas passed around before the presentations here and before even allowed. And so I caution you that there's no more we. It's I believe this and I believe that, or Mrs. Jansen believes this or Mr. Burns believes that. But the we, it sounds like you guys already have decided this. And so just I could be wrong. I'll be the first one to admit when I'm wrong, but you got to be careful because it sure looks like your minds are made up and you've got an agenda and you're ramming it through regardless of what the board even says. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zinke. We have two more. We have Margaret Martini.
Good evening, members of the board. Margaret Martini. I'm going to take some article content from the markup, which is very well renowned and very well respected. The United States is one of the few countries that does not have a federal baseline privacy law that lays out minimum standards for data use. Instead, it has tailored laws that are supposed to protect data in different sectors, including health, children's, and student data. But despite the existence of a law, Federal Education Rights and Privacy Act, that is specifically designed to protect the privacy of student educational records, there are loopholes in the law that still allow data to be exploited. The markup reporter, Todd Feathers, has uncovered a booming business in monetizing student data gathered by classroom software. In two articles published this week as part of our machine learning series, Todd identified a private equity firm, Vista Equity Partners, that has been buying up educational software companies that have collectively amassed a trove of data about children all the way from their first school days through college. Vista Equity Partners, which has declined to comment, has acquired controlling ownership stakes in EAB, which provides college counseling and recruitment products to thousands of schools. So all of this data that's being collected is also being sold. That's on all the children in the state of Nevada. Some of this data is used to create risk assessment scores that claim to predict students' future successes. And using these documents, he was able to discover different items that have gone out.
Thank you, Mrs. Martin. Mr. John Apilio. How do I say your name, hon? Okay.
My name is John Eppolito, and I'm also with Protect Nevada Children. Ginger Stewart is one of our members. She couldn't be here tonight because of the snow. I wanted to talk for just a minute about Infinite Campus. This is the most massive database ever created on children in human history. And every child in the state of Nevada has a massive database by the time they graduate high school. Over the years, my wife has used Infinite, and the data is never deleted. Over the years, my wife has used Infinite Campus to track missing assignments. That's the good part of it. And parents can only ever see a sliver of what's in Infinite Campus, and they can never see the incriminating data. This database this one's from Littleton, Colorado, because Washoe County School District would not provide us with one. When IC testified in Washoe, he said Washoe's is similar. I'm sure one of you board members could get a copy of the actual database for Douglas County. For now, you can have this one. For Washoe County School District parents to view what Infinite Campus is storing forever about their children, they can go to protectnevadachildren.org and click on the link at the bottom of the page and follow the instructions. We estimate, because we did it for our kids when they were young, we estimate, not when they were young, but when they were in middle school, most kids would have between 300 and 500 pages by the time they graduate high school. And it's not all test scores. A lot of it is data like discipline, minor discipline, counseling, multi-tiered system of support, medical, and psychiatric. Does Douglas County have something like that where parents can go get all the data that's being stored forever? That's one of our questions. In addition, a subset of this Infinite Campus data is uploaded to SANE. This is the state's Department of Education database. This is also for you guys. This also has very incriminating data, and it's also never deleted. You can see the databases at least here. No one really knows how just the existence of these databases may affect the future of our kids. Nevada was one of the first states to do this, to set up these databases. In fact, the Review Journal wrote an article several years ago before people realized what a problem this was. Nevada's new super data system makes school records permanent. What does that mean? I'm not out yet. Yes. Okay, so thank you. So the free education vendors that Margaret was talking about, the reason they're free, how do you think those education vendors are paid? They're paid with our students' data. That's why they're free. They're also creating profiles on our kids. We were hoping that this county would start digging into this and making an issue of it. We'll be back at the legislature. We're looking for help from you. Ginger will be there. Hopefully some of you guys will be there. And the survey you guys do, Wyoming, this is the Panorama survey. They've taken it out of their state. Thank you very much. John Eppolito, Protect Nevada Children.
Thank you, Mr. Appolito.
You're welcome.
Is there anyone online?
You online. And then, Mr. Burns, if you take your mic and put it right down next to that, your bell, so people online can hear it. Let's go with that. First online is, Virginia Garrett. And Virginia Garrett, you're able to talk?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, good. First, I just wanted to say that regarding the claims made about the teacher training and the presence of CRT, the book they were using on page 1 establishes that that book was written in response to the belief in systemic racism. So from page 1 of that book, anyone who understood what CRT was, when they opened the book and read page 1, would know that that book the entire premise of the book was based on CRT. So to claim that it was some accidental use and no one knew is pretty far-fetched. I just wanted to talk a little bit about the term equity, actually. Equity has become a mantra for the educational community, to its great shame. Equity stands for equality of outcome, not equality as known throughout the West as equality before the law or equality of opportunity. And when you start looking at this equity, which is permeating so much of what the educational world is demanding be taught to in the way that students be taught, what its outcome is not good. Equality of outcome disincentivizes hard work and incentivizes slacking. Equality of outcome inhibits innovation. Equality of outcome promotes authoritarianism. Equality of outcome eliminates personal responsibility. And equality of outcome destroys our freedoms. As Naval Ravikant put in a recent tweet, free people make free choices. Free choices mean you get unequal outcomes. You can have freedom or you can have unequal outcomes, but you can't have both. And I would caution the people administering our district, the board members and teachers to be on guard, because the materials that are coming through the educational world are permeated by a demand for equity, whether you want it or not. And you need to know how to spot it and how to avoid it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sterrett.
Next, you have a Jessica Gardner.
Yep. My name is Jessica Gardner. Again, I'm a parent of a Douglas County School District child. And I just want to thank Keith Lewis for being such a great supporter of our educators and always having, in my opinion, our students as number one. And so I just wanted to make sure that everybody realizes that he works really hard to make sure that our kids are getting the best education that they can. And I believe my child is getting the best education that he possibly can here. So thank you, Superintendent Keith Lewis, for all of your hard work.
Thank you, Ms. Gardner.
And next we have Virginia East.
Go ahead, Ms. Neese.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, tonight I heard one of the trustees speak about local issues that she claims are not in our schools, and then the discussion ensued about what is going on nationally, and it was referred to in a negative light. And there was an allusion made that our new trustees, it was a negative allusion that they had brought partisan politics in to the mix. On one hand, she buttered you up, and on the other, she ran you down. And I find that amusing. She stated that what was best for kids. Well, in my opinion, having been a nurse and a teacher of patients, we know that parameters and guidelines are the best things that you can create, especially when you're dealing with children. If you will, we'll call them like bowling bumpers. And so I think it's important that we have structure for our children. And when you lower the drawbridge or the bowling bumpers, the children will exceed those boundaries. I think it's important that we consider that. As adults, it is our job to safeguard children so that they can't be hurt, and be proactive for the unforeseen. And I think we were discussing that tonight. I don't see any handcuffs. And I heard a lot of dramatic words about trust and feelings, etc. The superintendent stated that he had nipped it in the bud when the professional development material was noted, and that the books in the library were taken out. But yet it's still finding its way into our library, into our professional development, and it will continue to knock on the door. I think we need to be proactive unlike the balloon that just recently crossed our country and was shot down after its mission was completed.
Thank you.
All I have online.
Anybody else? Go on back to 12. Okay, we're gonna go, we're gonna, no, we're gonna close that out. How do we? Oh, we're still in discussion.
13 and you're going back to 11.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody else have any comments on number 11, grant funding?
So, Bill, with you all, we don't have a motion.
Correct. We're just in discussion.
All of you, yeah.
Yes, sir. Any more comments from the board?
He's just here for questions.
Yeah.
Any questions of Mr. Walling?
I would like to present a motion. Authorize the district staff to apply for entitlement. What? Sorry.
I propose a motion to authorize the district staff to apply for entitlement and competitive grant funds as well as other grant opportunities,
As long as those grant opportunities do not require conditions on
Douglas County School District, which includes specific components of CR critical race theory, including intersectionality, equity, any kind of sexualization of K-12 students, including but not limited to non-traditional pronouns or genders taught. In addition, the district staff is directed to develop a grant application board policy which aligns with the conditions set forth in this motion.
Public, I'd like, public comment?
Did we have a second on that?
Yeah.
Catherine,
Solicit comments from the board or?
any other comments from the board? And we'd like to go to public comment.
I should change my name. Marcus Zinke again here. With this, I think I have a simple solution. I think you guys need to maybe look over what people are applying for when it's brought up to the attention of you to be applied for as a grant to see if maybe there's any strings attached. Certainly grants have string attached, right? I mean, and just our road money used to come from hiring the age of drinking to 21, and you didn't get road money unless you had a higher age, drinking age. But I think this is too vague the way you have it laid out here. Intersectionality, you have just in parentheses, oppressed and oppressors. There will always be oppressed and oppressors, for better or worse. You're missing the word inherently, right? I am not an oppressor just because I'm white, and Black people are not oppressed just because they're Black. But the way you have a word here, you want all of the oppressors out. Well, bosses can be oppressors. Employees are oppressed. Ask mine. Equity is also very vague. I mean, what about special concessions made to kids with disabilities? If you have a classroom full of kids and one kid can't see the projector, your definition of equity would be he's out of luck. Leave him in the back row. He's too short. That's his problem. Let's just feast or famine with that kid. Let him off to the side. If we're here for the kids, equity is in the terms that were just explained from the person speaking in the public comment. I agree with 99% of that, but this is too vague. It just is. You can't just say equity, equality of outcomes, not opportunity. Some people need equity in order to have the opportunity. So, I mean, again, I think you can go back through some of these. And then any kind of sexualization of K through 12 students, including but not limited to non-traditional pronouns or genders. Again, I agree with 99% of that. But should a transgender kid get any less ability than anyone else? Should people not know what that transgender's pronoun is? Right? If you compel someone to do speech, I completely agree with you. You cannot compel me to say what you want me to say. Right? I'm all for the First Amendment. But if a kid comes up to me and this kid used to be Michael and now she's Michelle, I'm gonna call her Michelle. That's just common human decency. I don't have to agree with anything that person is for, but I think it would be important the other kids also know that, right? Which kind of goes to the social emotional learning. I don't know how many of you guys have been bashed on Twitter. I know some of your people that you're friends with hate when I write an editorial about them, can't stand it. Try being a 15-year-old that's told she's ugly by 50 people in 5 seconds on the internet and tell me that that's not important, that people have social emotional learning. It's brutal, right? I don't think anyone likes, I don't like when my name's in the paper for writing things about you. I've written things about Mr. Lewis. I've battled with Mrs. Gilkerson, right? We're never going to agree on everything, but some of your steadfastness is misaligned. I think it needs to be maybe revisited in some of that. And because I have to go, because the Tigers are taking on Damani Ranch tonight, so that's infinitely more important than this, I'm sure. The survey that we provided is on the next thing, but it corresponds with CRT. Should the school board adopt a resolution like the Lyon County resolution, which again, this CRT we're kind of talking about, I'm going to put it up. 62.3% of the parents said no, and 37.8%, I guess, if my math is fast, said yes. So again, that's all walks of life given these. I was one of the yeses, if that makes you feel any better. Thanks.
Just a quick comment. If in the motion, at the end of the motion here, it says direct district staff to develop a grant application board policy with which aligns with the conditions above. So we can get rid of that vagueness through that. This is just a starting point, is how I see it. And also when you were talking about, for example, the short kid in the back couldn't see the screen, that's equality of opportunity. That's not equity.
Well, it depends, right? The placard that everyone goes off of is 2 kids looking over the fence. And one kid has a short box and one kid doesn't have a box, and they call it equity all the time. It's actually to give that kid a box so he can sit over the fence, right? It's his shortcoming, but it is equity to give him the box. It's equality.
Okay. Point of order. Point of order. This is public comment. This is not a debate.
No, we're not. We're not supposed to.
There's no problem. Let me check. As I understand it, when we're discussing an agenda item, we can.
You can have dialogue.
You can have dialogue.
You can't be deliberating on something not on the agenda.
I have something to say. This was never presented before the darn meeting. This was never on an agenda. So it should be not even discussed. What's going on here?
Why we took the break to make the public available. Be able to access.
Tony, why did you steal my thunder? In my day, when you had public comment, there was no engagement between the public and the trustees themselves. It turns into a tennis match, and we're here to be heard, and that's it. There should be no engagement, in my opinion. Dave Brady for the record. Another point of order, I generally thought that you would put a motion forward after public comment. It seems premature that you're taking motions and seconds before public comment, but that's just me. Okay. In the spirit of full disclosure, I will say that I have a biracial grandson at CC Manili. I would first comment that I like where you're going with this. It's about content. What I have an issue with is process. As Tony mentioned, sorry if I use your first name. I can't pronounce your last name. As Tony mentioned, this is, in my opinion, a process issue. It's a curveball in the dirt. I think the proper thing to do is take a step back and, in an abundance of caution, bring this motion forward as it's being suggested and wordsmithed at another meeting when you provided adequate public notice. Because in my opinion, as Tony said, nobody's seen this. And I think you're setting yourself up for an open meeting law violation.
Oh, no.
Casey Rogers for the record. Just so you know, AG 4 doesn't do anything about open meeting violation. I put in tons.
Thank you.
I'm Maria Falconeri, and I'm a former teacher here. I taught sixth grade, and I taught family life sex ed also. And I have to say, in all my years teaching, I've never taught any of these things because I'm a professional. I know they're not appropriate in the classroom. And so my issue with this policy is not what you're attempting to do. It's that it's not putting bumpers on children, it's putting bumpers on teachers. And it's, to me, it's a bit insulting. When I got the postcard from the Save Our Schools that said we're over-sexualizing the children, I took that personally, and I think I was more deeply offended by that than I've ever been offended as a teacher, because I'm not over-sexualizing children. I'm not teaching these things because I know it's not appropriate. So I see this policy as a slippery slope. Every time there's a scare out here of this is happening or this happening, maybe this is happening over here. Are we going to put a policy in place every single time there's something happening that we're afraid of or we think might come to our schools, as opposed to trusting our teachers and assuming they're the professionals they are and they're going to do the appropriate thing for our kids? So this to me is a slippery slope that's not a good way to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nick Meyer for the record. One of the responsibilities of the board is to enact policy. DCSD has probably 200 or 300 policies on the books. That's your job, is to set policy. What this resolution does is give clear direction to the staff regarding grants, what grants we are going to apply for and which ones we're not. We're not going to apply for grants that tie our hands and tie us to some federal statute that requires documentation about equity, requires our teachers to teach in a certain way. We're just not going to do that. So it's the responsibility and the appropriate responsibility of this board to set policy for the grants that we are applying for. If you look at the federal assurances, the boilerplate, it requires the subrecipient over 200 times in this document to do something in order to comply with the grant. That is what this board is protecting this district from. Protecting this district from the federal government, the state government, implementing CRT or equity through one of their programs in order to get money. That's what this board is trying to protect us from. So, and to Trustee Gilkerson, I don't know where you've been or what you've been listening to, but there is a tremendous movement throughout this country to push critical race theory and equity and transgenderism in public schools. I don't know where you've been. I don't know if you listen to the news at all. It is prevalent and it is coming down from national school board organizations, teachers' unions, into school districts. So please educate yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer. Any other?
Lynn Muzzy. Yeah, Nick kind of stole my thunder, but it just seems there's something smelling funny here because Mr. Lewis and Ms. Gilkerson really took offense at this. And this is exactly what Nick Meyer was just talking about. We're looking at not have our hands tied by a bunch of nonsense in order to get grants.
That's really all there is to this. And if either of these folks would like to stand up for any of these items on here and defend them, then I'd be very interested to hear it. If not, then I don't see why there would be any objection for you guys to go ahead and pass this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comment?
Yeah. 3 online.
Okay.
First is Virginia Spirit.
Hi. Hi, yes, you can hear me, I'm pretty sure. Virginia Starrett. Yeah, I was going to reinforce the idea that this isn't about teachers at all. It's about grants. It's about what we're willing to sell our souls for. So this really doesn't have much to do with trusting teachers or anything like that. It has to do with what we bind this, what the school district is going to bind itself to in order to get money for whatever reason. And we want to make sure that the school district has guidelines in place for the grants so that it doesn't happen that these other subjects become a part of the curriculum. And I also wanted to comment on the fact that this item showed up the way it did on the agenda with a handout that wasn't in fact published in the agenda packet. You have a new board member who was bringing forth this item, and you have very seasoned people like the superintendent and the attorney there and others who should be overlooking how the agenda is put together. And so I feel that it was a very not feasible idea that they didn't understand that there should have been copies made of this language and that those copies should have been distributed ahead of time. This only delays the process. It throws up a roadblock to actually getting anything done. I feel like more care should be given to the process of preparing the agenda so that this kind of quote unquote mistake doesn't happen, so that you don't have to worry about the open meeting law. Since this is only authorizing a direction to go in, I don't think the open meeting law really plays a big role, but it could. And I think there should be more care given in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Rob. Just Rob, no last name. Let him know that he's on the top.
Go ahead, Mr. Lehman.
Go to just went on. Cheryl. I think he's there. He just went off to you. Oh, was he?
Go ahead, Rob.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello. Boy, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear
We
you.
can hear you.
Thank you. All right, Rob Lehman. First and foremost, President Jansen, President Jansen, thank you for being there tonight. Because of that, I was at my daughter's volleyball game and about to go to the basketball game. I appreciate that. My first comment is about including intersectionality in this and what the definition was given of intersectionality of oppressors and the oppressed. I don't think that's the right definition. There's plenty about CRT that's not in line with the community of values of the majority of our community, but I don't think intersectionality is it. Intersectionality is just the notion that somebody isn't defined by one thing. I'm not just white. I'm white and a man and a father and a husband and a fat guy who used to play basketball. I mean, there's all sorts of things that I am, and I'm not just white. And so by adding that to this policy, you're preventing anybody from telling a kid, hey, you're not, you're more than just you're more than just this negative thing that somebody says to you. You're more than that. So I would be careful about intersectionality. The next thing I want to talk about is open meeting law, just like Mr. Brady. This agenda item, as noticed, is about the approvals for grant funding. The agenda states grant funding for calendar year 2023, the district requests authorization, blah, 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 blah. Nowhere in there is there the mention of CRT, DEI, intersectionality, or anything else. The purpose of the open meeting law and the requirement to notice the community about what the board is discussing exists so that the community knows what actions might be taken by the board. Because this item is turned into a discussion and a policy about CRT, and because a document was circulated without providing that document to the public in advance, and without notifying the community that a policy on CRT would be discussed, I suggest that you ask your legal counsel if this motion has been properly legally noticed. And if not, I would suggest that you table the item and bring it back next month. And if you want to know how to do that properly, as Mrs. Starrett suggested, there's an entire open meeting law manual that you can read produced by the Attorney General. It spells it all out. Finally, there's been a discussion about what's best for kids. I have zero doubt that each of you is doing what you believe is best for kids. None at all. I think that's exactly what you're doing. What I would like to ask you is, what will you do when what you believe is best for students is in contrast to what a majority of the parents of those students believe is best for their own kids? Will you override the wish of the majority of parents, thus suggesting you know better than what's best for their own children? Or will you let the parents decide where those bowling bumpers will be? And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Tell your son good luck. Go Tigers.
Thank you much.
Next, we have Cheryl.
Good evening. I'm Cheryl Blomstrom. I represent parents for good governance in schools. I will reiterate what Mr. Lehman raised, and those were the issues that I was signing in to talk about. Any decision that you make as a board that is agendized on your agenda, as this one is, has to be noticed to the public. The whole point of the open meeting law is that the people know the decisions that you're making. It needs to be clear, it needs to be public. And this does not comport with that, and I think your counsel will tell you that. Beyond that, I think that other people have raised the issues better than I can, and I appreciate the time to talk to you. Thank you.
Next, we have Erin Miller.
Good evening. My name is Erin Miller. I live up at the lake. I have 3 students between the 2 schools up here. I have also helped out with our parents groups for both of those schools. I've helped apply for many grants. I've had to then explain what we used those grant money for different programs. But I've never seen it be then a stipulation based on anything that you guys are saying. It's always been like, we're applying for this so we can better our reading program. We can implement a compost program. We can put something better into our schools. But I've never seen a stipulation that's then based on any kind of race or gender or exclusion of that. So I just want you guys to understand that for grants.
Thank you.
Next, we have Virginia Reese. Hope I'm getting the name right. Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me, Virginia Neese?
Yes.
Okay, Mr.
Yes.
Lehman was just on in reference to the open meeting law, and I actually don't really know about that, but he mentioned something about tabling to the next meeting, and I think the more appropriate motion would not be to table, because under Robert's Rules of Order, tabling does not permit or allow an agendizing for the next meeting, whereas postpone does allow and permit for that to be placed on the agenda. Things get tabled in Congress in our nation's capital, and they are easily killed and forgotten. But when they are postponed, they are agendized. So that is the more appropriate motion if that is to be considered. That's all.
Thank you. Trustee Burns?
Yes, Mr. Shu, can you clarify some of this stuff? So it sounds like it keeps going back over and over. And I just wanted your legal opinion, so we do not violate the open meeting law.
Thank you, trustee Burns, President Jansen. I have no way of predicting how the Attorney General would rule on something like this. What I can do is provide guidelines from the open meeting law manual. Agenda must be clear and complete. Your agenda talks about grant funding and where the board will discuss terms under which they authorize district staff to apply for funding. Is your discussion broad enough to include that? I could argue yes. I could be the Attorney General and argue no. So that we have a period of uncertainty or an area of uncertainty. One of the reasons why I thought it was important to have this document available for all trustees to look at and for the members of the public to look at was for this reason, to at least have members of the public who are in attendance be able to access it. But I'm not going to be able to tell you definitively how the Attorney General is going to rule on something like that. If there is a mechanism, if you vote today, where you can basically redo it with the materials, that's not necessarily it's a way of it's kind of a safe harbor, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the Attorney General will not find a violation or either find or not find a violation. But there is a way to, if you voted today, to basically do a redo if you wanted to, if there was in response to public or an open meeting law complaint. So, I mean, if you really want to be cautious about it, a postponement with providing this document might be the safer way of going. Yeah. Yes.
I mean, before Rob or anybody brought this up, I was thinking that I am fine. I understand that I, as bearer of this motion, I can pull the motion and then we can just, at that point, do I just postpone it till next meeting? And we provide this one piece of paper that was not, because as I read like you were saying here, we will discuss the terms. I mean, this technically is the terms, but it wasn't included in the packet. So yeah, I'm fine if either whatever the requirement is, if I pull the motion and then we just postpone it till next week, or do I even need to pull the motion?
Well, we have a motion on the floor. We would need to withdraw the motion and have the person who seconded the motion agree to withdraw it, and then you could make another motion to postpone this matter. Tony has a question, so.
This should have never been accepted. It should have never been brought up. It's not part of the agenda. It was never given to us before the meeting. We were never able to review it. We shouldn't even discuss this. So this should have been rejected when it was handed out, when we asked for a copy of it. So my thing is, let's get this done the right way. If you want this to go through, I'm not against it. If you want this to go through, present it correctly. Don't just hand it to me. Okay? So that's my comment.
All right, so you have options. And if the board collectively wants to postpone this and have this re-agendized, have the material in the packet that's available for the public for the next meeting.
Is anybody opposed to my pulling the motion for now?
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
you can't.
Okay,
have this
okay, I rescind my motion at this time about.
Hang on.
I return my second.
Hang on, there's one more discussion on that.
My only fear is that, does that jeopardize any of these grants?
As far as jeopardizing
Our ability to apply for any of these.
so we have 17 that will be coming available to apply in the next month or two. So bringing those to the board individually will certainly put a time crunch on those. Those are going to be our state allocations, our CTE grants. Those are all coming up here pretty quick.
So Mark, I think the question is about the March board meeting. If it comes to the March board meeting, is that ample time?
I think our first couple waves are gonna be due, we got a couple that are due the beginning of March. So,
Mark, it's, you got the guidelines. You got it. Pretty much know what they're looking for, and you do those grants now. You already know what we're expecting. So I wouldn't say hold them up. Go, we're not holding you up. We just,
so I believe that's the agenda item is to seek that approval.
well, that's your call. You know what the conditions are there and what's not.
Trustee Gilkerson.
Yes, I don't believe, trustee Burns, that you can just go ahead and say, oh, you know what we want. Because we haven't voted. You don't know what I want. You don't know what Mr. Kangas wants. We don't know what everybody wants. So that's not a fair statement or a statement that you should even make. To say to our grants person that go ahead and do it because you know what we want. That is not true. You don't know what I want because we have not voted.
Any further discussion? Go ahead, Carrie, then I'll
Go ahead.
Public comment, anybody?
Jan Muzzy, for the record. I appreciate Mr. Shu's recognizing that in the agenda, it says the board will discuss the terms under which they authorize district staff to apply for funding. This is a point of discussion. And so under that, I see that it does fit, discuss the terms of discussion on the agenda. I also understand Mr. Kangas saying that, asking about potential grants that may be coming due. I don't know if this is a possibility, and but I'm just going to throw this out for whatever powers that be. Could there be a special meeting of the school board to discuss just this topic if this before the March deadline of some of these application grants, just to get this resolved so that we may or may not lose any of those grants that come in March. I also want to just say, again, this is just something that is direction only. It's not at this point anything more than that. It is just direction. And so based on that, and again, from what Mr. Shu said about this, discuss the terms under which they authorize the district staff to apply for funding, that I think that there could be a motion could be stayed for this. Anyway, thank you.
Okay. Any further public comment?
Hi, I'm Adam Lazier, former history teacher from Douglas High, taught history there 22 years, taught US and world history, and taught 6 years prior to that in California. So I'm pretty familiar with the curriculum of that in both states. Although I've been out of the classroom for a few years now, these things are not being taught. And if they were being taught, I'd know it. I'm still good friends with a lot of the history department that's currently teaching there now. All these things do from a teacher's point of view is scare the hell out of me. So when I see intersectionality, how am I supposed to teach my history classes when I'm not teaching about conflict? I mean, literally my entire curriculum was based on conflict. And so all this is going to do from a teacher's point of view is scare the hell out of them. And I'm in looking at this and what's happening here, I'm glad I'm retired. Because if I wasn't retired, I'd be looking to get out quickly. If I was a health teacher, how am I supposed to teach sex ed without possibly annoying somebody or wondering in the back of my mind, am I going against these things? And so it's going to affect the curriculum that I teach. It's always going to, there's going to be this little voice in the back of my head saying, God, you know, am I doing it right? Am I just, and those voices are always there anyway, but it's going to make me just second guess everything that I've done, everything that I've taught, everything that I've developed over the years. And that's what it's going to do for your standard teacher that is tasked with teaching these things. There was a public comment earlier from someone here in the audience who said that, you know, this certain teacher in English presented this thing to their student or whatever, and it was one-sided or whatever. And there were many times in my classroom where I would take an example from a certain president, but I didn't feel like I had to do the other side to balance it out throughout my whole teaching career. I mean, to think that I would have had to do that, you know, 30 years ago would be just out of my mind. Nobody ever asked teachers to do that 30 years ago when I started teaching. And to think that now I'm responsible that every time I want to use an example from Trump, I have to use an example from, you know, Clinton or Obama or whatever, and just do both sides of the fence all the time in everything that I teach. That would just drive me crazy and insane when I'm trying, when that's not even the point. If I'm in an English class and I'm trying to teach to a certain speaking standard, and one president is representative of that standard and another president is, I don't need to like balance that out all the time. And so these kinds of attacks on teachers, all they do is make teachers second guess themselves. And that's what this is going to do. Thank you.
Adrian Sawyer for the record. I kind of feel like you're taking the parents out of this a little bit. Everything is going to be taught to in schools a different way. And I've had my kids, I have 3 kids at Douglas County Schools. They've come home and said they disagree with something or they didn't like something or whatever. And it's my job as a parent to talk to them about it and to go over, well, this is what I believe, this is what you believe, this is how it happened, whatever. I don't know, I feel like you think us as parents are dumb or something. We are able to communicate with our children about a variety of things, and everything that comes home from the school is not set in stone. We talk about it, we discuss it. And to think that the teachers are the only ones who are shaping our children is kind of insulting. I think we do most of that. Yes, these teachers are gonna affect our kids, but our job as parents is to talk to them about it. And hopefully we have an open discussion about that. So I just feel like you're painting teachers into boxes that it isn't fair. Every teacher has a different style. Some kids are gonna agree with it, some aren't. And I just think you need to be very careful. Like the gentleman before me, being a teacher is tough enough. And I think that you really need to be a little bit more open to, I don't know what I'm trying to say, but just being a teacher is hard enough. I think and parents, as parents, we're here to help teach our children. So anyway, thank you. Thank you, Rachel Hamer, for the record. I realized that the whole item was geared around the grants. So I get that that's where this was supposed to head. I do agree, however, that I do think it's in the best interest in that these are such hot topic items that had this been available before, you would need a lot more seats than what we have here. So I would ask that you do continue this item to give other parents, as I am, an opportunity to have discussions and really look to see if this is something. It's not even about disagreeing with all these things, but I would like to echo what Ms. Sawyer said earlier in that I don't need you guys to protect my kids from this. These are things that's my job. That's my job as a parent. And it's a good opportunity for me to talk with them. I know that this isn't like, this isn't, again, this is about the grant thing, but it's kind of opened up this whole other can of worms in this conversation. And I just would ask that you continue the item so that you give other people who aren't in this room and who had no clue that any of this was coming up, that they have the opportunity to speak on this as well. Whichever side they're on, that they have that same opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Thank you for your comments about being a history teacher. And I will tell you that my daughter has no idea what side of the fence her history teacher's on. But I will tell you, she knows what side her English teacher's on. This is a woman that's apparently been scolded, or maybe not, a couple of years ago for having political signs in her classroom. Who had an impeach Trump, impeachment about, no, it's not, it's not.
Are you commenting on the present motion? Because it sounds like you're talking about what you've already.
Well, he brought up my comment.
Doesn't matter. We're talking about public comment on the motion, not rebuttal to what you had already spoken. You spoke 15 minutes on matters not on the agenda. And so this is not the forum for you to rebut what was not on the agenda to follow up on. So are you addressing the motion?
No, I'm not addressing the
That's
motion.
what needs to be addressed.
Okay.
Any more comment?
For the record, Tad Dickerson. For the record, Tad Dickerson. I just have a question. So the motion has been, he's rescinded the motion, right?
Not yet. No.
I thought he withdrew the motion.
Through that process, it was discussed that public comment had not been closed, so we really couldn't withdraw until we closed public comment, so. it
So
was
I got to
premature.
shut up so he could. Okay. So here's.
You said that, I did.
So here's my next question. If he withdraws the motion, what's the next step? Because we were talking about earlier about suspending it, which means that it would be brought back at the next meeting. Is that correct?
Draw the motion, you have to have the second, okay, the second.
Yes.
Withdraw, and then you would have to vote to withdraw. Which would also include another round of public comment. Then after that, actually, I guess that would be, that's withdrawing it, and then you would want another motion to postpone it until the next meeting, or however you want to frame it out, which would be a third motion to be heard.
Okay.
So
got all
that
that?
has not happened yet.
Sorry.
Trustee Magnata?
I should have never let this go forward. Okay, it's not an agenda item. It's just a piece of paper that someone handed me. So that, does that mean I can do a handwritten note and hand it to someone on the board and they're gonna discuss that? I think not. So this should have never been discussed. It has to be on the agenda. And that's the way the rules are. This can't be decided on until it gets on the agenda, and we'll discuss it then. So my thing is to not even talk about this anymore.
We don't have that decision, Tony, to not talk about it.
I,
To President Jansen's defense, she came with an idea tonight. It was written down. In the discussion of this agenda item, it was agendized under my thought process through this was that the terms would be discussed. All of you come with ideas every board meeting. They may not be written down, and I think that's the dilemma here, but in no way was I trying to set anyone up, as has been implied, to look foolish here this evening. When this issue was discussed at the last board meeting, I think the board made it clear that they had some concerns on conditions. That's why it was agendized for this meeting, and that's why I intentionally used the language, the terms of applying for grants would be discussed. So that's how we're here tonight. I don't think anyone was trying to be deceitful. I think that, not speaking for her, you can speak for yourself, but she had ideas in mind of what she wanted to see, brought them written down, and we're here in this point right now. You want to
Yes.
expand on that, President Jan?
let me,
Let me expand that. People write motions usually during meetings, or they write their ideas on how to frame things all the time. So, this is kind of a hybrid. It's not, it's, there's enough of a dispute over this issue, but it's not unusual for people who want to make a motion to write it down on paper. Number one, it's for the benefit of our recording secretary. It also helps her. So that is not an unusual thing. So, but on the other hand, because it was such a detailed idea and it was on paper, I thought it would be helpful to have everybody be able to look at it. That being said, again, this is a gray area. I have no way of predicting how the Attorney General would rule on something like that. So that's all I have to say on my analysis of this.
thank you, Mr. Shu, for clarifying that. Yeah, it's real clear. Grant funding for calendar year says discussion and for possible action. So, Mr. Lewis, we discussed, that's what we've been doing. And so, now I'm hearing, something else that we need to possibly, I'm just saying it, possibly move this down for the sake. There's nothing that we'd ever want to do is to not have the people informed, thinking that we're going to do something different and hidden, because we're not. So now it comes back to.
So there's no ill intent. This has nothing to do with teachers. It has only to do with grants. Well, this came up in the last meeting. I just wanted to bring some food for discussion, and it just became this giant thing. And I apologize for that. So let's do the procedural stuff correctly. Somebody else?
When you're done, we have somebody else.
Okay.
Is that mine or is that me?
Who wants to speak?
No.
Is public, let's close, I'd like to make a motion to close public comment. Okay, just close public comment.
Now I have a question of the board, and this is just hypothetical. I heard trustee Burns say he'd be willing to use our director's best judgment on moving forward with these. Why don't we I'm willing to make the motion to move forward on these grants, and we can bring this back for discussion for future agenda. That's not part of the agenda. Well, okay, well, they can bring it up later. There's nothing that prevents people from, there's nothing that prevents the district from applying for grants. There's no rule in place one way or the other. I agreed, but if the board was agreeable for me to make that motion for us to move forward and not lose $10 million worth of grants. I don't think that's really part of this. Okay.
And I,
We just rescind it and the parents want a chance to talk. I think that's smart. Don't do it. I agree with what Dave said. He said. So we want to inform everybody.
Okay. Hang on. Are you gonna make a motion to withdraw?
no, I was going to, I wanted to hear what Keith was saying there.
Yeah, Keith wanted to explain on something.
Yeah, so we were just discussing, every January this comes up. So the discussion was whether or not we have authority right now to do so or not. And I don't believe we do, to go forward. But I also was asking legal counsel in terms of it is agendized as the district's request authorization to apply for grant funding for the 2023 calendar year. So as I read that could be problematic because we're requesting for the entire calendar year. So we would need legal advice on whether you can give us the authority laughing for a month, but
Can I just, based on what we've been talking about in public comment that I've heard, and when I read this and it talks about discuss the terms, and Rick says that this is basically President Jensen's personal concerns and objects or items that she wanted to bring before the board. I do not want to rescind my motion. I would like to keep it active. And when we're done commenting, I would like to vote on it. Basically, part of the reason is we have this unknown about the grants that are coming up at the beginning of March. And we also, the stuff we'd have to go through to pull it, have more public comment, and go back and forth. I'm just going to keep my motion as it is.
Okay, what all the questions? What about the second?
Second.
Wait, hang on, there's already a motion and a second. She can't withdraw her second. Okay, yeah, thank you. You need to have both agree to withdraw. Call the question and call the vote.
Could you please clarify what we're doing?
So
I'm here talking, but I
right now we have a motion to pass, to allow grant authority with the conditions set forth on the paper in front of you. And so that's remains on the floor, and we're at the point of voting.
I have a comment. I have another comment on that, on voting. We already had mentioned that this was not put forth in the right manner. But yet we are going to go ahead and vote on it. And we've already heard from parents who we say we want, we want their input. We want to know what they say. That's important. We want everyone to know what's going on, right? And by voting for this tonight, we have not given our parents a chance to speak on this. So therefore, I think we need to wait, is my opinion, that we should wait and do this right and give the people that voted for you and others the chance to voice their opinion. We are shutting them down on this. The only people that got to speak were the people that were here. So I think you should rescind your motion, and the second should be rescinded, and that we should table this till the next meeting. I don't think there's.
I'm going to agree with that.
I'm just saying, if we're going to do this right, y'all new and your new president, but I think we need to set precedents here that we're going to follow the rules the way they're supposed to be.
But it also says here that there will be discussion. That what happened there was items that were on the mind so everybody, it was kind of complicated, were written down. Those things are like written discussion. So we are just discussing, and we've done that at length.
But you provided a document that you handed out to just
Well,
us.
because it was said, well, what are you talking about? We don't have that
Right,
paper. So out of
right.
courtesy, we went, well, let's give everybody one then, or whoever.
We were asked to do it correctly by our legal counsel, and he asked that everyone get a copy.
Okay. so
But,
that's what we
but it's not been agendized properly. When you pass, you've taken that away.
But it
When
said.
when you provide documents to people that are here
Mhm.
and not to Mary Smith that's at home and doesn't know that we're talking about this.
Right, and we posted that actually online so people could see it, but there are many things we'll discuss that aren't necessarily written down for people to see first. So we discussed this at length, so we did exactly what it said to do here. I think we met that obligation.
I disagree. I think parents are going to be very upset when we vote on something that was not, that they didn't get a chance to look at,
So what
So-
you're saying is every time we come to a meeting and we have some ideas and we write them down on a piece of paper and say, this is what I'm thinking.
If we're going to vote on something, yes. If we're going to vote on something, not just discussion,
This has to do with the terms of grant funding.
Nobody saw it.
but nobody saw the terms.
Well, because we're just coming to the terms right now.
No.
She brought these terms. Well, then we're never going to get anything done.
This was prearranged. This was pre-done. This isn't, we didn't.
All right,
discuss
we need to
this.
talk one at a time.
I'd like to finish. We didn't discuss this. This was given to us. Kind of like,
Take a little recess.
I think we're not back in order.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I apologize for that. I didn't mean to be disruptive, but I'd like to finish saying that this was already done. This was prearranged. This wasn't something that I came forth and, we were discussing openly or whatever. This was already put forth to us. And we can discuss these things, but I think we ended the discussion and we bring it back for a vote next meeting is
Well-
what I think, but that's my opinion. And I'd like to ask Rick about that too, if he feels that we're not we talked about open meeting law and now we're not an open meeting law.
I mean,
Question.
Yes, please. Trustee Burns?
I'm going to come back to, to our legal counsel. I did not have that. No one had that.
I didn't have that.
That was her personal thing.
I did not have that.
So she wrote that down, she made it, and she even had copies because legal counsel suggested that. That is no different than any one of us as we're discussing something and we come up with a motion to make. That's no different. We can make a motion based on something, whatever the motion would be. Am I correct, Mr. Shu?
Well, what I've said before is it's not unusual to write down your ideas on how you want to frame a motion.
There you go.
And I'm not gonna be saying this is a violation one way or the other. Like I said, I can't predict what the Attorney General will say. You have a vote that's out here. There are also other ways to hear by revoting if there's a question on that. So there are other mechanisms that are available to the public body under the open meeting law.
It does say that district staff is directed to develop a grant application board policy which aligns with the conditions set forth in this motion. So it's not saying that it has to be exactly how this is worded. It's saying, I thought that this was going to go from here, have a discussion, go to the district staff to develop it further. But
There's a question that's, want to call the question or? Been doing this 2 hours. You want to call the question?
There's a motion on the floor.
Can I? So my only my reservation on going further to a policy is you're asking us beyond what is passed tonight. You're really asking the impossible of staff to be shooting in the dark to come back with anything other than what you've put in paper, because I don't really know what you want. Does that make sense? So it's gonna be hard for me to come back with a policy that's any different than whatever, if you approve it tonight or you don't approve it. That's kind of what you're telling us is we need to have the policy look like. If that,
But I don't see anything on this, Keith, that looks that crazy. I mean, I think anybody would want kids protected from this. I think we understand what terms mean today and what they meant 30 years ago. In terms of equity, we all understand that. We're buried in it. We hear it all the time. So I think this is pretty self-explanatory and there's nothing scary here.
so I guess, Trustee Dickerson, what more I'm saying is that I'm getting this feeling that we'll go back and expand upon it and bring back maybe even more conditions. And I really can't do that because these three things in this are the conditions that you're setting forth tonight. So a policy is going to look just like the resolution based on the input I've received tonight. Does that make sense? Does it? I mean, without further guidance that you want it also to include this, this, and this, which would be in your motion tonight, you're going to get a policy, which we will do is if this passes, we're directed to bring back a policy. I just don't want you to think it's going to be this expanded version of what you've passed tonight. I just wanted to be clear on that. Okay.
I'll just make one comment based on some parents' concerns and teachers' concerns about tying the hands of teachers or cutting parents out of the equation. This is about grants. This is about the district deciding what grants they're going to accept or not. It doesn't affect teachers, doesn't affect parents. It affects grants, and it's between the district and the grants and the board. So that's why I think we can move forward with it.
I have one other thing I'd like to say to what you said is that these grants are tied to people as well. And so if we're not going to be able to apply for grants, we're going to lose jobs too. We're going to have to lay some people off if they don't get the grants as well. So just something to think about.
Right. And we can't be getting money to help kids if we're bringing in things that don't help kids. It doesn't make any sense. So what we're doing is saying, let's not take money that is going to suggest we should do something that is not in the best interest of kids, because we're talking about not what's going on in the world with adults. This is K through 12. We're talking about education here. So to say that we want these conditions is absolutely not unreasonable.
And I'd like to just add one other thing then is that I have full trust in our grants management people that they will always do what's best for kids. And I used the word handcuff before and I'll use it again. I feel like you're handcuffing our professionals. Thank you.
I said it earlier, and I don't think there's a person in the building that wants any of this happening in our school districts, but I think doing this does more harm than it does good. That's the comment.
And I would like to say, we are not we're. It's you. You're stating this. You're not telling me. We're. Well, you said that several times. We're proposing this, and it's good.
I need to kind of work on that.
Yeah, okay. So, but this here, the way I'm thinking, wasn't proposed correctly. And that this should be tabled and we'll bring it up the next meeting properly.
This is a little off track, but I keep hearing about this. We and stuff. If you do any study on the difference between men and women, men say I, mine, women say we, us. And so a lot of times women will speak something. I'm just trying to get this cleared out.
I can comment to that. You said we many times.
Well,
You did. Tonight. You just said it on the radio.
Chicken.
Nothing to do with any.
I'm just saying.
Okay,
Yeah. True.
yeah,
Move along.
Let's get this.
one at a time, please.
Then comment.
Okay.
yes.
Any other discussion? Okay, I move to end comment and go to the vote. We have a motion and a second on the floor. Time to vote. Okay, we'll count the ayes and the nays. All in favor? Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
I'd like to say nay, and I'd like to say that I feel you're taking, I can't, sorry, I say nay.
The motion passes 4-3.
Sorry, parents.
Someone can do that, but want to do a bathroom break or what are you guys doing?
I do. Yeah.
Inform the public then.
I'd like to call for a 5-minute break, please. Call meeting back in order. Item number 12, non-discrimination resolution. Superintendent Lewis will introduce the agenda item for possible action.
So again, based on our January meeting, this was agendized as a resolution similar, or the discussion, the future agenda item was developing a non-discrimination policy or resolution. And it was discussed something similar to Lyon County. So in your packet tonight is the resolution that was passed by Lyon County School District. So tonight is this, I see this as a 2-month process. Tonight, you are going to give, if that's the direction, you're going to give district staff potentially direction on what you would like brought back. And then district staff will work to bring, if that's the desire of the board, to bring something back in March. It may not be the desire of the board to do anything, but this is a future agenda item. And so again, I will turn it over to you. Again, we can't approve something tonight because what's in front of you is Lyon County's policy. It's not specific to Douglas County. So that makes sense.
It
Okay.
has to be in its current form.
It has to be in the form that we would adopt it. Yes.
Do we have comments from the board? Trustee Gilkerson?
I do. I went through this resolution and I know last year it was out there and that board at that time, we voted not to. Again, the reasoning was that it's not necessary. And further looking through some other documents that we have, we already have a non-discrimination policy. I don't know if you've all seen this or not, but it's something that is signed. And in fact, the first, it's word for word, some of it, with what's in here. So I think that maybe you should all be provided with this non-discrimination policy to compare it to this resolution, okay? I have a question though. President Jensen.
Yes,
The
ma'am.
difference between a policy and a resolution, can you tell me what the difference is? You know, I don't know, I'm asking. So if we have a non-discrimination policy and then we want to do a resolution, what would the difference be?
Mr. Chu?
So you told me to be ready. And I told them, I don't know. Obviously, there's a process for adoption of policies that are online. You go through a first reading, a second reading. I think a resolution sometimes is dictated by statute. For example, if you need to sell, school district property. The statute actually says you need to pass a resolution and then follow the tenets that are required in order to sell school property. So in that context, I've seen them for resolution. In the context here as we're speaking, I don't know if there's really a difference between a resolution and a policy. I can't think of any difference at this meaningful difference between the two because this is not guided by statute. A resolution is not required by statute on something like this.
Thank you for that.
Thank
So-
you.
Professor ignorance on.
So if I maybe continue just real quickly here. So the line one, this resolution, as I said, if you look at our non-discrimination policy, basically word for word. If you look at the second paragraph, that's also pretty much word for word in the non-discrimination policy. It refers to policy one, our policy, Board of Trustee policy 103, which if you look in, go down 1, 2, 3, 4, it talks about the curriculum. That's in our number 103 board policy that talks, again, pretty much word for word for what's in here. So I think before we talk about this, I think we need to see what we already have. And maybe we can change. I'm not against it. Okay. Again, the only reason I would vote nay is again, because I think it's more of a political issue. And I think it's, again, putting more rules, policies, things like that on our teachers and our employees. And I will state that I think that's really not in the best interest of our school district or our kids.
Thank you.
And that's all I have to say on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Engelford?
Yeah, I think the first part, like you say, Linda, is pretty boilerplate stuff. I think when you go down to the bottom of the page where it says now be it further resolved that the following doctrines cannot be taught nor implied by education staff in Lyon County School District. And the following things are things that do speak more to the issue of CRT. And this is what I had brought forth a year ago or so. And I am not opposed to having some discussion tonight and then looking at board policy and comparing them and then coming up with, maybe the staff over the next month looks at the two and see where they don't overlap. And we come up with a policy like that and we bring it back in a month for a second reading or whatever reading that would be. I'm certainly up for that. I have one question is, how would we, without a motion, how would we have public comment?
Well, I think you would need to have a motion to direct staff to develop this policy consistent or along the lines or whatever, however you want to frame it. But I think you need to have some kind of.
Okay, before we can, because I'd like to have the public's comment on this.
You need to have some action on it.
Okay. So we continue with discussion.
Discussion. Okay. I just want to clarify some things on here with the resolution versus a policy or anything that we would put in. Back in 2019, Senate Bill 143 was presented. It was passed by our legislature and the governor signed it. And Senate Bill 143 was about background checks on firearms and everything. Well, I took it upon myself after they passed it to actually got a copy, got the information from Lincoln County, New Mexico, based on the same thing, and it was a resolution stating a non-compliance resolution because it was against the Second Amendment of the Constitution, unenforceable, and it was in violation of the Second Amendment. All our laws cannot be put out there and say this is law if it violates a constitutional amendment. Saying that, when you have that, and this is exactly what this is, and I read a lot of the survey and stuff. two major things on that survey really concern me, which I would disregard it after that. One is no mention of the 14th Amendment. And that's exactly what this is. This resolution is 14th Amendment. And it's a discrimination. You cannot discriminate. And that's where we stand on this, is the 14th Amendment. That's what Lyon County did. And they made it a resolution just like I got it. And by the way, the Senate Bill 143 is dead in this state because it was in violation of the Second Amendment. We do not and cannot be in violation of the 14th Amendment. Again, it is discrimination. And that's what this addresses. This is 14th Amendment cut clear. It says nothing about critical race theory. It doesn't say anything. It says about discrimination. And that's the reason why we want this policy. So for Mrs. Gilkerson, actually, this is a huge support to the one that is already there. Huge support. It's a clarification in support of it. So it's not coming against anything. It's just making real clear where we stand on discrimination in the 14th Amendment. And a resolution will do that versus an actual policy. Policy would come against possibly laws. We don't want to challenge that. Although we have to, in the sense of backing the 14th Amendment. I hope I make that it's clear on it. Thank you.
Mr. Kangas?
When this issue came up a year and a half ago or whatever it was that Lyon County did this, I didn't see the harm in it at the time. I voted against doing it because of discussion that we had, and again, it's kind of the same way. It doesn't say CRT, it says oppressed and oppressor, and it says the tenets of CRT. I'm very concerned, and keeping racism out of teaching, and I'm very concerned about putting restrictions on our teachers. Not putting restrictions on our district, to be diligent about watching for this horrible thing to happen, but again, we already have these policies in place. The entire staff and employees are trained in recognizing these types of problems. Again, I'm not going to use the word handcuff, but I'd hate to see any censorship of our teachers out of fear for teaching historical facts. I spent the better part of a year with the board, and along with the superintendent, directors, administrators, and parents that were concerned, looking to find signs that racism, specifically CRT, was being taught in the district. It wasn't there. I still look for it. I go into it's not there. You can never. I don't doubt it. I know it's out there, but it's not in our district. It's a national issue. It's a state issue. We can control those issues in our school district. I feel the resolution from this board is going to do more damage than it looked good, and I will not support it unless it's really softened up from this. That's it.
Lyon County is doing very well with this. This hasn't destroyed their schools. It hasn't handcuffed teachers. They're doing quite well with this. There's nothing extreme about this at all.
You've been to Lyon County?
Yes, actually, yes, yeah, well,
Oh, okay.
yes, actually, my two granddaughters go to school in Smith. And my husband teaches in Urington and in through there, subs and stuff. So we have talked to quite a few teachers, yes.
And I would certainly, like I said no once. That's my reasons why. I'd probably say no again.
Okay.
But as far as a resolution coming forward, the wording would be everything. But I see this as oppressive to our teachers. Is that word?
Any further comment?
Let's just take item C here, for example. An individual is inherently, morally, or otherwise superior or inferior to another individual because of their race, sex, disability, ethnicity, gender identity, etc. This is something that this resolution opposes. So I'm not sure how this would tie anybody's hands by telling a teacher or having a teacher aware that, well, we can't say, well, this person's better than this person because of their race or this or that. And I think all of these items are along that way. So personally, to me, these are not hamstringing anybody. They're not handcuffing anybody. They are simply, there's clearly a national issue going on here. It's been discussed. If anybody watches the news, they see it out there. And you could say it's not here. Well, that's great. It's not here. This is going to be something just to make it more aware and keep it from being here. So I would support this.
Any more comment from the board?
I have another one, but I would like you to speak first if you'd like to. I've already spoken once, that's why.
I know, I was just gonna go for public comment.
Okay, then I would like to speak.
Oh, we have to make a motion first, but finish first.
Okay, let me go ahead and finish. Thank you. Thank you, President Hanson. Again, for for transparency. And I would like, I know Mr. Zinke's not here, and if he was, he would be speaking to this, so that's why I'm speaking to it. We sent out a survey to our parents. And they're the parents that we serve. And the question was, should the school board adopt a resolution like the Lyon County resolution? There were 77 responses. As he explained before, a lot of stuff went into the spam. So hopefully this will be larger than this next time. But if we're listening to our parents and what the will of the parent is, it says that no, 63.3% of our parents that were surveyed said no, they would not support this resolution from Lyon County. 36.7% said yes, and some said with modification. I just want to read a couple. I know it's getting late, but I'd like to just read a couple comments, and these are from parents. It says, first one is, please stop messing around with CRT or anything racial or political. Please focus on teacher retention and filling open teaching positions and improving student success. I happen to agree with that I feel we have bigger fish to fry than keep doing this stuff. It says, somebody else wrote that it can be very challenging, wording can be very challenging. In this case, Lyon County has utilized wording that's overly broad in scope, but it goes down to say, resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Lyon County School District affirming a commitment to equitable educational opportunities for all students, which promotes censorship. If similar policy is adopted by Douglas County, I will not hesitate to contact the ACLU so they can advocate for our children and help maintain our children's First Amendment rights to read, learn, and discuss vital topics in schools in an honest and truthful manner. I'm just reading what they wrote us. I just wanted to share this. It says, I voted no to the adoption of CRT being taught. I am not for CRT because there already is a policy in place that makes sure no one race, religion, gender is better than another. I want teachers to be able to teach US history so history does not repeat itself and all members are treated with kindness and respect. There is a comment, I'm going to read this as well. It says, this is absolutely disgusting. The school district is embarrassing with racism running rampant in our country. We want to stop teaching about the history of this country. I'm appalled and can't wait to leave this area. There's one again. Let's see. The idea that people, many of whom likely don't even have children going to school in this district, are wanting to wash history to their political whims is very frightening. If parents want a false narrative of history because they are uncomfortable with the past, then tell your children whatever you want and leave the history to the history teachers. The next comment was, keep your politics out of our kids' schools. And then there's, let's see. Oh gosh, you've got them all. But anyways, I wanted to share that for transparency of what our parents feel. And I think you have a copy of all these too. So if we are representing our parents, then I think we need to listen to our parents. So that's my comment. And I think a lot of this resolution, over half of it is already in other things. And in my opinion, that item B, C, D, E, and F is all politically based. Thank you.
Mr. Engelkirk?
I'm listening to these parents' comments, and this has nothing to do with what this is. This has nothing to do with not teaching history. This has nothing to do with whitewashing history. This has to do with non-discrimination in our classrooms, and it's clearly happening across the nation. Now, you could say we're reacting in fear, or you could say we're being proactive in protecting our district. But there is nothing, I don't advocate for any sort of whitewashing of history. You teach history, the good, the bad, and the ugly, the way it happened. You don't whitewash it and say, well, it was just run by a bunch of old white men or whatever. That's, there's two ways to teach history, and there's a right way and there's a wrong way. And I'm not advocating for any sort of censorship on anything with this. This simply has to do with non-discrimination based on things that we've seen happening in this nation and that are working their way across this nation.
Trustee Burns?
I'm going to repeat myself. This is the 14th Amendment. If anybody's got a problem with that, I would really question whether they know what the 14th Amendment is. But if we don't stand on these principles of the amendment of the Constitution of the United States, we're destined to have a problem. And that's what this is about. And as far as your survey that you have, I'm going to repeat that again. There was nothing stated in there that this was the 14th, based on the 14th Amendment. And there was also nothing in there based on the 14th Amendment. There was also nothing in there that other policies to set the stage that you didn't go to Lyon County. Who went to Lyon County? We did. Who went to Lyon County to find out what their purpose of that for? Nobody. So the 14th Amendment, I know, was based on that for Lyon County because we talked to them. So the point I'm coming back to, this has nothing to do, I agree with Doug, this has nothing to do with how the schools operate. There's no restrictions there. It's Constitution. If you got a problem with it, you must want to, I don't know. Do you want to discriminate against somebody? I don't get it, because that is the basis of it. And as a history teacher, you know what I'm talking about. We have the Constitution, US Constitution. The law says nothing overrides the Constitution. You cannot make a law in this country. Stated, I think it's 1806.
One more just short little comment.
Yes.
Thank you.
Trustee Gilgerson?
Thank you, President Jansen. I'd like to just make a comment to what Doug said. You may feel that way, okay? But obviously our parents don't, because they have spoken through a survey, and they will continue to do that. And I think we need to take a look further at our surveys that we're doing. We want to hear from our parents, and this is one way that they can do this. And so when you have overriding 63% that do not want something that, and granted, this is the first time and there was only 77 people, but it represented over 100 kids that those parents represent. So I think that you can't, not make that not countable. I think we need to take a look at that. So that's just my opinion. Thank you. And Mr. Burns, I respect what you're saying.
Thank you. Motion? Public comment?
I have a motion. I would like to make a motion to direct the district to write up a resolution incorporating the Lyon County School District resolution, that is item 12, with the current district non-discrimination policies, and to bring it before the board next month for review.
Can you restate that? Just for clarity.
Okay, I just, basically, I would like the board,
Go ahead and read it.
okay. I make a motion to direct the district to write up a resolution incorporating Lyon County School District Resolution, item 12, with current district non-discrimination policies, and to bring it before the board next month for discussion.
For clarity. Am I hearing you? You'd like me to take the Lyon County resolution and make it Douglas County? And then in addition, bring forward non-discrimination policies that we currently have for consideration?
I would like to meld the two. If so, Trustee Gilkerson is saying that
Okay.
most of these things are in the current board policy. Well, I would like to either we take the current policy and we amend it with what's added
So
in
you want
here.
me to bring something meshed?
Yes.
Okay.
Second. I second it. Any other comments from the board? Public, okay, public comment?
Hi, Maria Falconeri. I'll be quick. I've heard us all say that CRT is not taught in our school. It wasn't taught in our schools a year and a half ago, or however long ago it started. I've heard everybody say that our teachers are excellent, our schools are excellent. So we've wasted a year and a half talking about CRT. We're spending all this time creating policies about something that doesn't exist here. And I'm really, really, really hoping that we can move on to the real issues facing our school district, and we can start actually making improvements where they're needed in our school, rather than fighting against something that's not here yet, trying to protect us from something's not here yet. How about we deal with what is here? And then if CRT suddenly pops its head here, then we deal with it then. But right now, we're wasting so much time on an issue that's not here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Jeff Bonner. I'm a parent and I want to echo what she said as well. If the goal of this new thing is anti-discrimination against all of our students, we already have that. We have an anti-discrimination policy already. There's no need to rewrite it. I think that we can all agree it's not happening and it's not an issue. All this is doing is sending a message to our teachers that we don't trust them. And I think that's the wrong message to send. I think that we're not listening to our parents. Like I said, the small amount of parents that did respond to the survey are against this. If you guys say as a board that you want to reflect what the parents want and what the teachers want, then you would realize that this isn't necessary. It's already in place. The parents don't want it, so we can move on. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
David Seat. I'm not a parent, but I am a taxpayer. And I support these measures that the board is proposing to be preventative for these issues that are profound and prevalent in our society. So I just want to say that I support this. And a survey of 77 people, it doesn't matter, because there's how many did you say parents are? There's 5,000 parents. Well, how many taxpayers are there? And so how many people voted for the wisdom and the discernment of this board to change what was seen as get along to go along, we're great, we do good. So I'm in support of this as a taxpayer, not as a parent, but I want to say to protect our children, I don't just talk this. I spend one Sunday a week at Sunday school, teaching Sunday school, 4- and 5-year-olds, because I understand the importance of the children in our society. And without the foundation of strong guidance and showing them right from wrong and giving these types of issues weight to prevent them from happening, the children are important, and that's I live by that. I don't just talk it, I act it. And again, I'm not a parent,
but I am a taxpayer, and I do believe that children are the future of this country, and it's undisputable.
Thank you.
Nick Meyer for the record. I think I support the board in their adoption of the Lyon County resolution. And one of the most important things that's in this resolution is the very last paragraph, which reads, notwithstanding the above restrictions and affirmations, the Lyon County School Board of Trustees recognizes the essential nature of discourse surrounding historical and current events. Instruction and discourse in the Lyon County School District will focus on the facts surrounding these events and not on the indoctrination or infusion of opinions, political platforms, or beliefs. It's very clearly stated here that we're going to remove political bias from teaching in Douglas County, and I support that. The second thing that I want to say is that voters in this county do have a say. Taxpayers in this county contribute $25 million a year to the Douglas County School District. Voters in this county voted overwhelmingly for these new board members, specifically because they said that they were going to support the 14th Amendment of the Constitution and prevent discrimination which is taught by CRT. So I support the board and their support of this resolution. We need a resolution like this. If we have a resolution like this, we can move on.
Thank you.
Casey Rogers for the record. It's a funny thing, speaking on discrimination, because when I was trespassed for a mask that didn't work, or a virus that was too small, passes right through, I read the discrimination policy, and it's against my religion to wear a mask, and I don't have to even state that. However, it's funny because I read the discrimination law and I felt discriminated against my religion, and the laws and decisions and policies were against it. So I just find it kind of ironic that we're having this discrimination conversation. So when I'm looking at this, I'm thinking, wow, this sounds like it's going to actually work. It looks like it's actually going to be something that could actually be followed and used properly. The other thing I noticed is it said something about here on the very top, Lyon County School Board resolution of the Board of Trustees of Lyon County School District affirming their commitment to equitable education opportunities for all students. I don't see anything about teachers in there. So I don't know what the teachers are so scared and worried about, except for that it protects them well. I don't see anything wrong. I'm trying to figure out what the real issue is. Granted, I just got this and read it really fast. And I've observed something time and time again, and it's a tactic used in speeches and things of that nature. When somebody just lies and lies and lies and says, this isn't here, this didn't happen. This is what actually happened. The propaganda and the use of these things are dangerous. And we're here about our children's education and the future. And to sit here and say that you're not responsible for making policies and decisions on all things that matter is just ridiculous. And I don't know why I keep hearing people say that you need to focus on this instead of this. And it just seems like it's a distraction. And so I think this is a beautiful thing, but I just had to say that. And your job is about more than one thing or the other. It's about all the things that are concerning. And finally, because I didn't think I was going to be speaking on this, 77 responses out of 5,300 students on a survey is not significant. And I would like to know who those 77 responses were. Are they teachers in the community? That this is a very tight community, and I guess I could say brotherhood. So so-and-so's gonna call their friend, and so-and-so's gonna call their friend, and so-and-so's gonna call their friend, and they're all gonna do this survey. You have to be careful with the survey thing, because that's what they're gonna try to subvert the people who come in here and make public comment and spend their time on it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Adam Zier, former history teacher at Douglas High. So what will this really do to teachers in teaching, and what would it have done to me had I still been there? It would have made me go through everything that I do in US history in particular, also world history as well, but really US history. And if I taught government, and I had taught government in California a long time ago, but government especially. So it would make me go through and say, when I'm teaching colonial America, what exactly can I say regarding white America and Native Americans? How exactly am I going to present that? So for instance, can I say things like that blankets full of smallpox were purposely given by whites or from whites to Native America? Is that okay? Is that going to step on somebody's toes? And that becomes, I'm teaching CRT. When I'm teaching World War II and I'm teaching Japanese internment camps, exactly how do I present that? What exact words do I use? And so I'm, again, second guessing myself. When I'm teaching civil rights, starting in 53 and 54 and going all the way through to modern civil rights, exactly what can I say and where do I draw the lines with that? And gosh, if I don't present every side equally. And so what's the end result? What's the real effect of that as me as a teacher? Well, the real effect of that becomes I become the teacher, the history teacher that everybody jokes about. I become the history teacher that is just reading rote from a curriculum, bringing none of my own self into it. Why? Because I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm going to step on somebody's toes. But is that why I got into teaching in the first place? No, I got into teaching to be really vibrant and bring myself into class and create interesting lessons and get kids excited and all. But what you're about to do is going to take that away from me. And it's not going to take it away all at once. What it's going to do is every year that goes by, it's going to just kind of gradually creep in and creep in and creep in. And I'm going to get less and less willing to step out of line. And that happens anyway with teachers. So for instance, when you're a young teacher and you're in your 20s and you're fresh out of college, you're really excited to be in the classroom and you come in and want to make a difference. But you don't have a family then. You don't own a house then because you're in your early 20s. But fast forward 20, 30 years, you've got a family now and you're invested in this community and you know that you can't leave this community and go to a different community, go to like change states or go change districts without you losing like all of your seniority and thus all of it's just not economically possible to move around after about year 5 as a teacher. It's just not.
Thank you.
Marty Swisher, resident of Gardnerville, a taxpayer in our community. I have 2 graduates from Douglas High School, and I'm a former 35-year educator, professional educator, 26 in Douglas County as a teacher and administrator. I've reviewed this. I saw it the first time it came out. I'm looking at it now. My concern is that if you look at the bottom on page 94, it says, now be it further resolved that the following doctrines cannot be taught or implied by education staff in Lyon County, soon to be changed to Douglas County apparently. And then it says an individual. Kind of to play off on what Mr. Lazier was referring to. When I look at this and I say, for example, point B, individuals are either members of the oppressor class or oppressed class because of their race, so on and so forth. It doesn't say student. Because if this is about discrimination against students, I'm very concerned. And as a former principal at Douglas High School, at Carson Valley Middle School, Aspire Academy, and Jacobson High School, I'd be concerned about that for students. But instructionally, I think of lessons I've seen on segregation, where teachers are presenting about individuals who have been either oppressors or oppressed. And when I look at that, I say, what's the chilling effect? How do instructors not pointing at students and saying, this is you, but saying, this is our history and we need to understand it. That's going to be a chilling effect. I can just tell you. I go down to point C. An individual is inherently, morally, or otherwise superior or inferior to another individual because of their so on and so forth. In our curriculum, we have a novel. It's called Things Fall Apart. It's a very challenging novel, both as far as this literary challenge, but also the concepts. And it's about superiority and inferiority within a culture. And to not discuss that would be, I think, purposeless to the novel. Yet your concern is that it's about we treat students as being superior or inferior. I understand how that works. That's not what this is saying in my view. And I do think it has an effect on the educational process in our district. I see, looking at this, points B and E seem to be the things that stand out to me that you might want to consider looking at the wording. Individuals are either members of the oppressor class or the oppressed class. Okay. Looking at the 14th Amendment, if you do not want students to be taught that they're either an oppressor or part of the oppressed class, that's fine. And that's not being taught. I can just tell you, regardless of whether you think I'm lying or not, it's not being taught. And then point E, at the very bottom of point E, it says, for actions committed in the past or present by other members of the same status. The intent there is that we're not saying that people current day are responsible for what happened in the past. We're not holding that against people. I understand that. But I don't think that's what this is saying here. That's not the intent. If it's about students and discrimination or ill treatment of students, that's one thing, and you should state that. Lastly, I just have to tell you, point F, I'm offended. I'm offended as a former teacher and administrator that we would think that any of our instructional staff would have make an individual feel guilt, anguish, or any other form of psychological distress on account of their race, sex, sexual orientation, the rest. I absolutely would stand against that. I know every teacher in our district would stand against that. Thank you.
Mr. Swisher.
We have two online.
Okay.
Virginia Starrett.
Hi, you hear me, right? You can hear me.
Go ahead, Virginia.
Yeah, I have 4 comments to make. One is that I found it notable that listening to the comments be read by the people who commented on the poll.
Pause for a second because he has you muted, hon.
Oh, I'm sorry, what happened?
Hello?
Hello,
There you go.
am I supposed to start now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, first, I wanted to note that many of the comments read of the commenters on the poll that was taken actually showed that the people making the comment believed in systemic racism because they described that as the true history of America that evidently couldn't be taught under the rules that were being put into place. So I found that really interesting. Another thing is that I wrote a letter about CRT in our schools, and I was given a comment back in the newspaper by a student from the high school. And in that letter, that student called herself a privileged white person and suggested that people needed to apologize and that there needed to be stuff made up for the treatment of whites against people of color, which showed that somehow that student had been taught critical race theory somewhere. The third thing is that there is a politically neutral policy supposedly in place at the school that should be of just the same concern as these other teachers talking about what they're not allowed to say, because that politically neutral policy prevents them from taking any kind of a political stand. So they ought to be shaking in their boots, according to the way they're talking, as to what they can say in class or not, just because of that. And the fourth thing is when a board member or several members keep saying again and again that teachers are being insulted by being asked to do certain things within certain guidelines, teachers might start feeling like victims when they aren't. I hear this board, some members consistently talking about the teachers as if they're being victimized, and I think it's just really a shame. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Virginia Neat.
Go ahead, Virginia.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? Virginia Neese for the record, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, Trustee Gilkerson said that it's not necessary that we adopt the Lyon County resolution, that we have a non-discrimination policy. She also said that it's a political issue. Protecting our teachers is her shield, just as Virginia Sterrett just said. These same arguments are used over and over again when those that accuse the opposite side of using politics, they're the ones that introduce the politics. And I find that very interesting. Then they usually move on to fear. So they say, oh, it's a matter of trust, which is divisive. They enter in the divisiveness of teachers versus the school board. It's like almost like they're pointing the finger at us and accusing us of that which they are doing. And that is ironic and totally unnecessary. It's just divisive. They mentioned the survey. They said they had a survey of 250 people went out and only 123 or so of those answered. And then they have 71. Well, surveys are surveys. That's data, and you can shape data however you want. But it just goes to show that 250 of those people did really not want to waste their time with that survey after looking at it. So I think that's not really relevant. I also think that this supposed illusion of protecting the teachers, where there is no problem, there's no extra workload required of them. Mr. Lazar got up there and said, oh, it's going to create a lot of thought process in his mind about how to teach the subject. Well, what about just teaching the facts? What about just the facts of history rather than your own interpretation? He wants to bring his own interpretation into the facts. I think this is wrong. Just tell the truth. Teach the curriculum as the curriculum is. Be sure the curriculum is factual. Just the facts, man. No interpretations needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more public comment?
None online.
Okay, I'm going to bring public comment to a close. We had a motion and a second, so Mr. More board comment, Mr. Kangan?
No comment, no more from me.
Can you repeat the motion, please?
I make a motion to direct the district to write up a resolution incorporating the Lyon County School District Resolution, item 12, with current district non-discrimination policy to meld them together and to bring it before the board next month for further discussion.
I'd like to bring this to a vote. Okay. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. Thank you. The motion passes 5-2. Shannon and Leslie.
This is the grading policy.
So over the Christmas break, the cabinet got together and we started reviewing policies, realizing that there were many that dated back much earlier than 2018.
So that was our cutoff. And so we are trying to see if we can consolidate some things together. So what we are proposing is that we would have an addition to policy 513, which is grading. You have it there in your packet in blue. We would add the Board of Trustees acknowledges the educational validity of homework as an adjunct to and extension of the instructional program of the schools. The superintendent shall develop regulations for the assignment and grading of homework with the district. So that within the grading policy, homework would be just encompassed on that. And it was last revised September 9th of 2014.
Any questions from the board?
None from me.
Just a quick question. I mean, I've always thought homework was an important part. Was there some time when we didn't want to have homework as part of the grading process?
No, we're just saying the next agenda item is actually, we're just moving one policy into another and merging. So it's kind of confusing. We're not getting rid of anything. We're just combining two things together just for ease and yeah. Right.
So we want to make a motion to combine two policies.
Correct.
Well, no,
No.
you're gonna.
Well, yeah.
So we're presenting board policy 513 as a first reading. So the motion, when you get to the motion, it's recommended there. Be clean.
You want me to go ahead and make a motion? Or do we need-
Yeah.
Oh,
I'll-
sorry.
I make a motion that the board approve the revisions to board policy 513 grading as a first reading. Second.
Okay, let's take a vote. All,
Public
no, no,
Public comment.
public comment.
Board comment.
You have two public comments.
Okay, thank you.
The first is, person named Rob.
All right, can I be heard this time?
Who won the game?
We won handily. Let's
Awesome.
go Tigers.
Woohoo, go Tigers. Okay. Ask-
All right, this is Rob Lehman for the record. I don't mean to be rude, but the fact that President Jansen and Trustee Dickerson or Engelkirk didn't know what this agenda item is, didn't know that this is simply a copy and paste job with zero changes, word for word from one item to another, simply shows that you're not reading your packet before getting to the meeting. It's plain and simple. It's painfully obvious what's going on here. There's no questions needed. So it's an encouragement to read your packet prior to the meeting. Have a good night.
And next we have.
Go ahead, Virginia.
Yeah, I was just wondering about the wording. I did read the packet, actually. I'm not on the board, but I did read the packet. And I did see that the next item was the identical language. And it sounds proactive, as if after this is adopted, the superintendent is going to make up some rules. But I believe the superintendent has already made up the rules and they already exist somewhere in a different administrative section. So wouldn't that language be changed slightly because those rules already exist? And so this would say homework is such and such and guidelines for the homework can be found in this other part of the document, rather than making it sound as if the superintendent is now charged again with making up some new rules. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments? Public comment? Okay, let's close. And let's.
Can you clarify again? So I'm not misreading something on 1516. Is the two, right? Would you please?
14, 15. So 14 is to add in the language that you have in blue. The Board of Trustees acknowledges the educational validity of homework. So we're not deleting anything out of the current policy 513. We are merely adding in what was its own homework policy. So grading would become inclusive of homework.
Well, let me get this straight. Sometimes it's a little dense. up
Okay,
here. The red is now the blue.
Correct.
Included in on this.
yes.
Once you.
Got it.
So once you,
Ask you to approve the red.
right.
So we're approving the blue first, that's what we've done, and we approve the next. The deletion of it.
Any further comment from the board? Okay, let's vote on this. We're voting on, number 513. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Unanimous for 513. Now we'll go to.
Okay, so policy 214 was last revised on January 12th of 1982. So it's been a while. We are recommending that now be removed as a policy because now you've just voted to take that language word for word into policy 513.
Make a motion? Yeah. So I'd like to make a motion that we approve the removal of board policy number 214, homework as a first reading. Dave.
Any comment from the board? Any public comment? Okay, would someone like to make a motion?
You already did.
Okay.
Now we're ready to vote.
Okay, so we're gonna vote again. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously. Mr. Gardner, number 16, thank you.
Thank you, President Jansen. I briefly explained last meeting that our liability insurance provider is Pool Pack, and they have completed an audit of human resources. It's one of the services they do for us. They look at a number of things. One of the things that they do is review all of our board policies to make sure that we are legally compliant with all state and federal laws. And they've found several areas that we're lacking. So this is first of several board policies that I'll be bringing forward in an effort to bring us into compliance with all state and federal laws. This board policy is documenting that we as a board are complying with all provisions of disability employment laws, including ADA and state laws as well.
Any comments from the board? Someone like to make a motion?
I can make a motion. My recommendation would be that we approve the board policy number 451, employment disabilities for a first reading.
Second.
Take a vote. All in favor?
Public comment.
Public comment. No public comment? Okay, let's take a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Passed unanimously.
Thank you.
Number 17, board workshop. Superintendent Wood, you'll introduce the agenda item.
So this is just, again, we've talked about this a little bit as a board, and in January, many of you were going to a NASB new board member training, and so you wanted a little bit more time to think about a board workshop. And so tonight, hopefully, we might be able to nail down a date, and then you would provide staff with some direction on what you would like to see within a board workshop. In front of you tonight as a supporting document is the Nevada revised statute around board member training. And so it just gives you a little bit of idea. in terms of the 6 hours that you need every other year, as board members of training and what those training topics, can be. We can also discuss, I think NASB might be a good, we could bring someone in from NASB as a third party to lead the workshop based on whatever directive you give me tonight in terms of what, and it wouldn't necessarily even be NASB based on topics. There may be people that are more, I know some of you have talked about open meeting law training, and so that may be better done by legal counsel. Again, kind of directing staff of what the topics are, and then we can find the appropriate people to present those.
Thank you, Superintendent. Any
Can I make a
comment?
You know, that here in general, on the schedule when they do their open meeting law trainings and you might have a separate thing. And that one.
Can I just say that when we went to the NASB training, very little of it was about board structure. Very little. It was mainly, I'd say 2/3 of it was restorative justice and culturally responsive teaching. There was really nothing that taught us structure. So I am absolutely on board with that. Getting some education here. Yes, yes, sir.
Now, we expand on that just a little bit.
That was just it.
Like,
Like there was very little how boards work.
the roles and.
Yes,
abilities. Okay.
very little about that. And
Yeah.
it just went right on to the other.
Is that this one, or three?
I think it's just Susie and I. Did you go? No, all three of us were, and then I went to a second one for.
Yeah, that was,
No structure of that kind of.
to me, I wasted my time because I was looking for,
I have all the support materials so you could see what I'm talking about.
yeah,
No training. we're always needing everyone.
I know, but
we want training.
Yeah.
So I've written down open meeting law, board structure.
Look, how about,
And roles and
local
responsibilities.
Yeah.
Sorry.
What was that, trustee Kangas?
You gotta call on, so.
Me. You know, we really need to sit down and prioritize this because there's a lot there. And so at the board, we just need to look at this and say what's most important.
That's what we're gonna do tonight, hopefully.
Yeah.
So I think throw topics out there and then we can prioritize.
I had three.
You get to do the flag. Dickerson, did you want to say something?
No, Carrie was going to speak. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Carrie.
Thank you. Again, the three highlights that I had, because I know it can't all be done in one get together, was the open meeting law, the local government ethics, and financial management.
I'm sorry, give the letters of those.
It was open meeting law, the local government ethics, and financial management would be G. So it's B, E, G.
I'm looking at A and B could very well be combined. Me. See what I'm looking at?
Yeah, I see it. Yeah,
That makes sense.
I agree with that. I'm not gonna be teaching.
It would actually be a state ethics, I don't know if you guys have a local government. There's a state that governs.
I did one at the legislature on ethics. And it was very enlightening.
Any other comments from the board? Would someone like to make a motion?
I'm sorry.
Oh,
I
sorry, honey. Okay.
didn't raise my hand quick enough.
Miss Linda.
I also, and I don't see it on here, and so maybe it's not for a training, I'm not sure. But want to talk about how we're going to raise our test scores and working on, I know we already have a, we met before, right? What was it, help me here, it's late. what did we all meet with?
Strategic plan.
Thank you. I know we have a strategic plan. I think it would be good to go over the strategic plan. They were not, I don't believe you were a part of it. So maybe our new our new school board members, excuse me, need to be brought up to speed on when we met with our community stakeholders, those people, what our strategic plan was. So that would be my recommendation. I agree with everything else that you've said, though.
Are some of these available in, I'm just thinking, you got Lyon County, you've got Story County, you've got these. Would it be beneficial to even have courses that we would be, I'm just throwing this out.
Right.
And instead of just us, but have others so they can have the benefit, we can have the benefit. Does that make sense?
No, it makes sense. I mean, it would take obviously some collaboration, which might be challenging through the process of which we have to. I mean, I come back next month, see if, I can see what Carson's Story and Lyon are doing, if they're doing anything, come back with a report.
Yeah.
How does that work with combining the workshop?
That's probably a good point. Because anytime you get together, it's a public body. And so.
Even in training? Rick, even in training?
Because we had all kinds of board people at NASB. I mean, there was a bunch.
A board workshop is a public meeting. So if we're calling a workshop of our board, it's noticed, it's open to the public. And so.
There's no action.
No.
It's just telling the board that, and they can attend and listen in and listen in the workshop too.
The reason why I say that is because I personally would be interested in the last one.
All right.
That's the laws relating to employment and contract.
So. Will you not be getting, isn't there a NASB training coming up that is along those lines?
Could be.
On the 11th.
I think you're signed up for it, right?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I know there's budget and different things like that on there, but I didn't know if it was.
I think the negotiations are part of that.
Well, let me see what that's about.
And that's what's great about NASB training, that you get all the different.
Yeah.
Yeah, or you get a variety of different counties coming in with their board members and information. That's great.
I also think we need to be careful because we're going to try to pick a date where we can all meet. And that could be challenging as well. And then inviting other people and just,
Oh, that, yeah.
you know what I'm saying?
Harder.
We need to make sure that we can find something that works for us first.
I was just wondering if there's, since it is a challenge to get us all together, is this something we could do like with an online class? As opposed to having to all be in one spot on a certain day?
Like a Zoom thing?
Well, not
Karen, I'm
necessarily
gonna ask
Zoom
you
thing,
to
just
speak
a
a little bit to
recorded-
this. You
a
seem to,
recorded thing?
I don't know how much online I've seen related to some of these bigger topics.
Oh, that we wouldn't provide, but somebody else. would
Right.
provide? No, I can't think of anything other than NASB and then that would be one.
They're all typically in person.
Well,
I mean, most of you are on your way to getting 6 hours. I think the other thing beyond training is I think, as a new group, there's 7 and I think we need to come together for some team building, as well. Not everyone's cup of tea, but I think that it would not hurt this board, my seat, that we do some of that. And so that might be part of it as well. And then we, again, we can prioritize, pick off some things. So Dave, like I wouldn't want you to prioritize because I think we're gonna get that through NASB. But I think if you want my opinion, you want it?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. Never asked for you, you just get it. I think open meeting law is it's a priority.
Agreed.
Yeah.
So let's hit that one first.
So I think we hit that, we do some team building. And I think, roles and responsibilities. I'm sorry, just, so I'm saying some team building, some open meeting law and some roles and responsibilities to me would be probably some priorities.
Combine A and B. I mean, it just.
Yeah, I think we could do. Rick, can you complain to that? You don't know.
I think last for a workshop, we agendized it as one topic, which may include.
Yes.
And it included on.
Yeah, I think A and B go hand in hand.
Yeah. So I think that's probably enough. I don't think much good gets done beyond 3 hours. Probably beyond an hour, as tonight, but, so I would recommend a 3 hour, probably 9 to noon. Or whatever time you guys choose. No.
If whoever's been instructed, then shoot us the date.
Yeah, we'll all have. Yeah, but we don't have to pick a date, maybe do we? Really, the president and I can pick a date for a meeting. So we'll send out, find out when everyone's available. And then, President Jansen and I will determine what date is best and notify. And then I think if I'm correct, we had talked about late March, early April. We want sooner.
As soon as possible.
Yesterday.
I mean, come on, this
That's
is a lot to take in.
Rick probably wants it sooner, but.
So we'll shoot for late March, early April.
All right.
With some dates.
Okay.
Okay. All right, we do need. Yeah, we need a motion that we're gonna hold a board workshop.
And a date to be determined.
Later.
Yeah, read it, please. Sure.
She's gonna, motion to approve the board workshop and direct the superintendent to schedule and plan.
I make that motion.
You have to read it though, for the record.
In your agenda, it says recommendation, you just read that recommendation.
Below 17.
Oh, I've got it here. Do you want me? Okay, it's recommended that the board approve a board workshop and direct the superintendent to schedule and plan the workshop.
I second it.
All in, a public comment? No public comment? Let's take it to a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved unanimously. So now we're gonna adjourn for closed session.
Dave made it, I seconded it.
Catherine did.
Oh, Catherine, I'm sorry, excuse me.
We have no need for closed session. We have no need for closed session tonight.
Okay. Future agenda items? So we know the, Lyon County.
So let's go through that real quick. This section. Okay, so just going down this list. We can cross off scheduling of a board workshop. We can
Number 5, you can talk about.
yeah, I mean, because we've discussed it, we're bringing it back. We have taken care of number 6, terminating trespass notices. We have taken care of the arbitrator's ruling on the bus driver contract. And the rest are still current. So this is time if you want anything else added.
Well, I would
Yeah.
want to bring up the library and I.
It's on there already.
It's already on.
Oh, okay.
This is if you want something new.
You're talking adding items.
Yeah,
that-
this
does
is where
any-
we would add items if there are new items.
I would like to add to the agenda for discussion about the concern of the expulsions, the number of expulsions and what's going on in that. Not to blame, not to accuse anybody or blame anybody in the school system at all. It's just we need to talk about that because I think we've got a problem and we just need to discuss and see if we have any possible solutions. What can we do?
What does that look like?
I don't know. That's
I
what
just
we're gonna
heard there
discuss.
wasn't usually that many and all of a sudden they're just a lot. So.
We have to be a little careful of purpose.
I'm not bringing up anybody's names or anything. We just need to talk about why we're having so many. Yeah, I mean, what's going on? That's the bottom line is what are we seeing here, if anything? I'm concerned, deeply concerned.
I think that ship sailed, Doug. Sorry. Oh, you came back. Good for you.
So, Susan,
Yes, dear.
is there any more? And then we got a full meeting.
Do we have another public comment?
Is there any more on this? Go ahead. Any more?
Any more discussion of future agenda items?
It's just us.
Just us.
All right, so close that and is there any more public comment?
Final public comment.
Final public comment.
Hello, hello. Hello. Okay. Casey Rogers for the record. Since 2020, I've been attending these meetings, speaking in public comment and trying to rationalize the things that have occurred during doing numerous hours of research, studying on materials of our education system, the public health system, to include the CDC, the government itself, studied laws, policies, politics. I've been highly involved with AG Ford and many other parents across the state. Prior to all of this, I wanted you to know that I was a dual major student that studied sociology, political science, and theology prior to that. You could say I'm well-rounded in my views. I have devoted 16 hours a day watching, listening, and reading about the COVID crisis and seeing the blatant shift for control by fear to get people to take their gene therapy shot, not a vaccination, by force and coercion. Hence, only to conclude it was a scam, a bioweapon in which people are now discovering in their families all over the world. Have you heard or looked up the words "died suddenly"? This was and is a pre-planned, pre-patented event. Surprised? I have seen agenda happening at every turn of every corner, whether in a college course where they're trying to make communists out of everyone, or in public politics, to self-identify, to biology, to medical tyranny, to race wars, to censorship, to a global coup. In fact, we are currently in a war in many arenas around the world, and more importantly, here at home. World War III is present and now. Where am I? Anyway, coming to my point is, in all of this, I have been in classrooms where I have seen what they're trying to do to our children. And I'm talking college. And they're just trying to let it trickle down into the K through 12 system. Some progress and a lot of progress has been made these years prior to you guys becoming board members. It's in every social media society event that's happening. There is a plan going on for world dominance, world control, and a communist revolution. It's evident, it's in Karl Marx's and everything. I just wanted to thank you guys for taking the initiative to become part of this board, a part of our community, and try to halt and stop this, and I'm asking you to continue that. You can see you're going to get a lot of flack from it, from the community, from other people who have bought into the propaganda of what is currently being displayed. I would like you to continue to fight against that. I attended my daughter's school at CVMS, and it was like going to the ghetto and seeing things that I never wanted to see. I didn't believe my daughter, and we were having fights about it because I attended Douglas when I was growing up, and I couldn't believe the things that she was telling me until I actually had enough and went into the school and was able to sit through every class that she was in. Sadly, they were full of substitutes that are not educated in and not prepared. Our children are not getting the education that we keep saying they are. Douglas County's numbers keep showing up or whatever, but they keep lowering standards and doing other things to make do for it, make way. I just have a friend who couldn't enter a school because of that situation. I don't know, she followed all the rules and was unable to still get into the school. And I find that appalling. To me, that says something's wrong and they're trying to hide something. So that is something else I feel is part of your job and your duty, is to look into that, look at the policies, and don't give up no matter what kind of force tries to come against you, because we are at war. Thank you.
I'll make a comment on that. It used to be
Oh, public,
no, just gonna make a comment.
we have to finish public comment. first.
Oh, okay.
Is there any more public comment? Any online? Okay, please speak before I do the gavel.
Just to clarify, that there was a recent Attorney General opinion talking about public comment. And it's not that you can't say anything. What you can't do is deliberate, start opening the door about talking in words. And then you're deliberating where it's a violation of open meeting. The way the statute is written, it does say, it allows you to have dialogue or discussion, but you can't really deliberate. It's a fine line. So, you know, if Mr. McNaughton wants to have a quick response, that's fine, but you can't then all start going and talking about it.
So right now I can let him speak.
Yeah, if you want to.
Okay, thank you. Trustee McNaughton?
I just want to say that it used to be that 20% of all the kids that went to college were going into education. Now it's less than 2%. So the problem is, and the state legislators said, well, now you only need a 2-year degree because we have such a shortage. Am I correct, Keith, of teachers?
There are various routes.
Yes.
Degree is still 4-year, but there's other routes to alternative licensure.
We have a real shortage. So just let people know that.
Anything else? Meeting adjourned. Raise